Sports Radio 550 and WGR on the Odyssey app. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills Chiefs in the AFC Championship. The first injury report of the week for the Buffalo Bills featured a few players that were limited and two that were not on the field at all. One of those, though, was Deion Dawkins, who has an illness. So not an injury for Dawkins, but an illness kept him off the field on Wednesday. The other injury is Taylor Rapp. Rapp has a back and hip injury, which had him as a DNP on Wednesday, so was not on the field. Meanwhile, Christian Benford was limited as he works through the league's concussion protocol. Matt Milano also limited. He is dealing with hamstring soreness, according to Sean McDermott. Wouldn't even call it an injury, just said that his hamstring is sore, and that's why he was limited yesterday. For the Kansas City Chiefs, with the month off they basically had from Christmas to last week and then only playing one game, every player for them was a full participant in practice. Their wide receiver, Mecole Hardman, has been on IR, was eligible to come off IR. That is not going to happen, so the one guy they won't have this week will be Mecole Hardman. Sabres in action tonight. It's a 9 o'clock puck drop against the Calgary Flames. Sabres after dark, looking for back-to-back wins. We'll have the Steve Foley pregame show. The pregame show for us starts at 8 o'clock here on WGR. And back to football for a moment with some coaching news in the league yesterday. The Cowboys had a second interview with their offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer, for their head coach position. Former Bills head coach or defensive coordinator Leslie Frazier is also thought of as an candidate for that job. Ian Rappaport reports the Saints hope to have a second interview in person with Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, which would come next week. So Brady looks like a candidate for the New Orleans job. Serious one right now. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Our goal is to go 1-0, and it starts with the ball, taking care of the football and making sure that we're not giving them short fields.
Frank the Tank, come on, let's get on the field and see what happens. You're going to go nuts out there, Frank the Tank.
Snap is fumbled by Allen, who lunges forward and fumbles the football. It's loose, and the Jets say they have it. Allen back to pass, fires to the right corner, picked off by Jordan Whitehead, his third interception of the game.
Quarterback who was wildly inaccurate coming out of college, unbelievably reckless with the football, has become now a quarterback who we haven't had in the league since 1970, because that's the last time you'll find somebody who fumbled as little and threw as few interceptions and took as few sacks as this one. Josh Allen has become the greatest protector of the football in the sport.
There looked like there was a moment where you thought about lateraling the ball back to James Cook. Did that go through your head?
No.
Would young Josh Allen have done that?
He would have done it, yes. It may have crossed the mind, but yeah, I didn't do it. Yeah, the good guy won over here.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Josh Allen yesterday removing any doubt, as we kind of talked about it during the week. Think he was thinking about lateraling there? And the answer to that is clearly yes. It was a great moment. Yes, a great moment at yesterday's media day when he's asked, and the smile on his face, did you think about that? He smiled big. No. It was a great, great moment. Yeah. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. How are you?
No one photoshopped a little Josh Allen angel on one of his shoulders and a little Josh Allen devil on the other shoulder.
Someone's got to do it. I mean, it's just such a funny video, and what a what a testament, I guess. No, I didn't do it. It's almost like, they went back and watched film. You could tell he's talking to Sean McDermott or Joe Brady. They're like, come on, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
But you thought about it. But I didn't do it. It doesn't count if I didn't do it.
Yeah. I did like Sam Monson's tweet, which is Allen and Travis Kelce see potential lateral opportunities unlike any other player in the NFL right now. And wanted to know if there's a prop out there for that in the AFC Championship, which there should be, right? There should be.
Yeah, is there a lateral coming?
We had half a lateral for this game.
We had one on our bet board. The Bills would have a lateral. I just didn't, and I won that bet. I just didn't know it was going to be Amari Cooper to Josh Allen at the time.
No, when you made the bet, I'm sure the idea of Amari Cooper lateraling at him would have been a little weird.
Right.
Given he wasn't on the team.
I was basically betting that Allen would do it at some point.
Yeah.
And he thought about it, but maybe not. Will he Sunday? They might be more desperate Sunday. Kansas City brings out a different animal in Josh Allen.
That's right. I'm going to go with no, though. I think he's talking like, I'm not about that life anymore.
Yeah.
But he also is admitting, like, the thoughts go through my head. Like, he talked about wanting to lateral it. He talked about, Cook is there. How far away is he? I feel somebody on my right. Like, the formula still went through his mind. Like, can I do this? And, as much as it might be he's protecting the ball more and he's smarter with it, it's also maybe that spot wasn't right for him. There's a guy on his right and Cook's 7 yards away. If he's 3 yards away and that guy on his right isn't there, it's just the guy grabbing him from behind, then I think he is talking like I would have lateraled the football. I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, off we go. I'm looking at his game log of his he doesn't lateral that much. Meanwhile, like, I guess everybody on ESPN and all over the place said that he had shown growth there by not lateraling. I kind of scoffed at that. I thought, come on. He doesn't actually do it all the time, but here he's telling everybody he thought about it.
Yeah.
He has 3 games in which he has double-digit rushing attempts this year.
Okay. He
Want to guess the 3? 3 games.
Double-digit against Kansas City.
Yep.
He had double-digit against the second Miami game?
No.
No? One of the Jet games?
No.
I don't know. Detroit?
Yes.
Detroit.
There's a theme in here.
Okay, big games.
Kind of.
What's the other big game that they had? Kansas City, Detroit. They didn't play Cincinnati or Baltimore. Did they play?
He had 10 for 82 yards and 3 touchdowns.
10 for 82 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
When did he have 3 rushing touchdowns? He had 3 rushing touchdowns against the Cardinals?
Nope, that was 2 rushing touchdowns.
Close.
Yeah.
Not that far off.
It was the Rams.
Okay.
But
I just figured he threw so many passes in that game, he didn't even have a chance to run it that much, but okay.
What I'm getting at is it's 30 points, Chiefs, 12 carries. And again, 30 against the Chiefs is the most they gave up all year. 42 against the Rams, 10 carries. 48 against Detroit, 11 carries. So I'm going to lean into not necessarily him lateraling, but I'm trying to find my confidence for this game, Joe. And I think my confidence comes into those numbers right there. His other 9 carry games, he had 9 against the Cardinals in week 1, and that was they had to start to get desperate because they had a slow start. And he had a couple games. He had one game against the Jets with 9 carries. But when he goes for yards, when he runs for yards, the offense puts up points. It's as easy as that. And if they need him, this is the Superman. Clark Kent turns into Superman that we all know is there. Sometimes people think he's lived too much like Superman, but it's kind of right there baked into the stats, the results of these games. If they need him to, he's going to run the ball 10 times for 70 yards. And against the Chiefs, if you look at his career games against the Chiefs, that is a norm for him to have 10 to 15 rushing attempts against the Chiefs. So I fully expect it. And I did go ahead and look at the over-under on his rushing attempts because in these playoffs, that's been kind of fun to do, to see what kind of number is expected out there. And Allen's over-under on rushing attempts in this game is 9.5. So it's right there. It's right there as, double digits.
Well, he would have gone over that in all of his Kansas City playoff games. Not all of them. One he would not have. The first AFC Championship, he goes 7 for 88. And then 11 for 68 and 12 for 72 and 2 touchdowns. Those are the 3 games against Kansas City in the playoffs.
Yeah.
All pretty good.
We kind of forget, I do. I kind of forget about 12 for 72 in last year's game.
Yeah, and 2 touchdowns.
That's the Chiefs' defense that's much better than this version of Kansas City's defense. At least statistically, they had a great year last year, and he still ran 12 times for 72 yards. So,
would you take his? You wouldn't take his stat line from last year, right? His stat line from last year in the playoff game, and I'll include the rushing, was 26 of 39, 186 and a touchdown, no turnover, 12 for 72 and 2 touchdowns rushing.
I don't think I would take that because I think Kansas City would take that.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Bills put up however many points that day. What was the final score? 27-24?
27-24.
Okay.
Yep.
The Bills scored 24 that day. And again, 24 is a good number against that Chiefs team. But, I wouldn't take it. I'd like the 12 for 72, but I just think that you're not going to get away with 187. Then again, the way the Bills run the ball, maybe they will. So, anyway, of Allen and rushing and laterals and Superman moments, it feels like Bills fans are leaning into that a lot. Like, if they need him to do it, he'll do it. And we do see that a lot in, right here in the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, any game they've had this year where the run game hasn't been there or they've gotten down in the game. I mean, other than maybe Houston earlier in the year, like
Houston and Baltimore, he did not have much success and he didn't take off that.
When they needed him to. They needed him
Baltimore,
to.
He ran 5 times, and Houston he ran 4 times. And in both those games, you might have thought, that you could use more there, but whatever. Like I'm not blaming him, just pointing out that usually in a moment he's going to take over, and his legs are going to take over.
But in these other games where, like, really it's the last Kansas City regular season game for me, which is their run game was not existent, and there's been some good context as to why that was. I mean, Spencer Brown did not play in that game. Alec Anderson played a season low in snaps that day. I don't know why that was. Was that because they didn't like a matchup or something? But that's been a big part of their run game, and they didn't really pull that out. So they didn't run the ball well in that game, and Allen lifted them anyway. He said, I don't care. Well, run game didn't exist. I'm going to throw deep shot to Amari Cooper here, first down to Curtis Samuel there. I'm going to run it myself on 4th and 2, even when the look wasn't there. So Allen was able to do it, and you had a couple of guys that made plays in that game. And, man, that is – who was it? Was it Ben Baldwin that had a video of some of the drops last year in the Chief playoff game? Yeah. And everybody –
not just the Diggs one.
Right.
Because that's the one that's remembered. There were multiple others.
Everybody remembers the Diggs one. And there were, I think, 3 others that were all down the field right in the hands of the other guy that started receiver that day?
Trent Sherfield. Yeah.
And I'm watching that video and going, I know they're not flush with weapons right now with, like, it's not Chase and Higgins or Brown and Smith that they're trotting out there at receiver. But don't they have 5 guys better than the guy that was starting opposite of Diggs last year against this team in the playoffs?
Yep.
Like Mac Hollins, I would more trust to make the catches that Sherfield couldn't make last year. These were not even, like, super tough. Like, they hit him in the bicep type of catches. Like, Allen puts it perfectly on him. Cooper, we've seen make these catches this year. Samuel is heating up at the end. Like, I feel like they've got 4 or 5 guys that'll make the play that Sherfield couldn't make multiple times last year.
803-0550 is our number if you want to give us a call. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. We're one day closer. I feel like there should be a football game on tonight to prepare us for the week's worth of football games.
Tonight would be a good night for
who's the right matchup? Who do you want to see tonight? How about if it was possible, who's right?
What about a first overall pick bowl? Titans and Patriots tonight. Drake May and Will Levis.
I don't mind it. Thursday night before the AFC Championship game, the league issues a press release, and it's going to be the Giants and Chargers. Like, there you go. We're going to watch these 2 teams. I just picked 2 random teams.
It's an NFL bowl game?
Something. Yeah, give us consolation bowls, all that. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, Saturday is going to be tough without anything. I mean, Saturday without college football or NFL playoffs, that's going to be – because that's been a nice little appetizer to Bills games, I would say, for, the whole year. And that's gone. At least we get the 3 o'clock NFC game.
That's right. You've got the Sabres on Saturday at 4 o'clock if you want that against Edmonton. 803-0550. On this game, we'll get to calls in a moment. I want to ask you something, you and Josh something, and get into it a little bit more about, like, the vibe of this game. Mm-hmm. And we'll get to calls in 1 second. It's a very quick question. Do you know what you're doing for it yet?
I do. I'm having some friends over.
Okay, Josh, do you know what you're doing for this game yet?
Yeah, I'm going to a family member's house to watch the game.
Okay.
But one of the family members is unfortunately a Chiefs fan, so that should be really fun.
Oh my God!
I also I have
Yeah.
I have a friend who is a Chiefs fan, and he has not received an invite to this game.
Yes.
I need to do this. I need to a lot of the friends that are coming over for this game on Sunday, because I got the bar downstairs, big TV. A lot of these people we all went together to Toronto to the Taylor Swift concert, and I need to make a declaration. Hey, I'm pretty sure you're all smart enough to know this, but not today. Don't wear your sweatshirt that you got at the Taylor. There were no Taylor Swift merch this week. You can wear it next week.
Yeah.
After actually, if the Chiefs win, don't wear it next week either. But need to make a rule on that front. All these were just made yesterday, though, so I just figured out what I was doing yesterday.
Okay, I was having a conversation with some friends, like on the group chat. Like, anybody know what they're doing? Like, no, I don't. I have no idea. I don't know what I'm doing yet either, and it feels like I could sit home and watch it by myself. We do a lot of games outdoors in the backyard, and I've got a TV mounted where I just have people over and a fire and a propane, like one of those heat towers. And usually in a spot like this, I would smoke a giant brisket or something. But I almost feel like I just don't know. It's almost like there's the game is so intense that I don't want to start planning what I'm going to do yet, because then that will bring it on sooner. It's almost like I'm avoiding the game. I don't have any idea what I'm going to do for it. Should I go out to a watch party? Should it be a bar? Should I have friends over? Go to a friend's house? And this doesn't even begin to broach the topic of what if they were to go to the Super Bowl? What on earth would I do for that game?
I thought about that yesterday because I was thinking, like, do you have to start planning that now? Like, on any front. I mean, if you're going, I think you certainly have to, right? Like, because if you want to go to New Orleans, like, and you want to book a flight, the second they win the game, it goes up 300%? Like, the price on it, like, you might be spending thousands of dollars extra. I'm just guessing. If, like, the moment they win it, like, maybe you make that bet now and you go for it now. And I was thinking about that same thing with, like, if I want to rent a room or rent a table at an establishment for the Super Bowl, I feel like I've got to do that before they beat the Chiefs.
Right.
If I wait until they are in the game, then I feel like everything good is going to be, it's going to be taken.
Yeah. Man, reservations. The Bengals will be furious about that, by the way. Don't let Joe Mixon know you're making a reservation for that game.
But you're not even onto this game knowing what you're going to do.
This game, no. I have not yet. I don't know.
I would need to be around people. For some reason, like, a game of this magnitude, I couldn't be by myself.
Yeah. I said
I'm the opposite of Howard. Howard needs to be by himself. Show up there.
Go to Howard's
Just show
bunker.
up. Yeah, unannounced.
I just knock on Howard's door. I'm ready to watch the game with you. He'd say, "Yeah, thanks. Get out of here."
He wouldn't let you in.
Not interested, sir. 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get some calls in on the game. Whatever you want to bring up. We've got plenty to get to today. We'll talk with Kendall Gammon at 9 o'clock on the Chiefs. Sal joins us. Injury updates. I feel like yesterday's injury update wasn't too bad. Milano's a hamstring. We don't know much more than that. Soreness. Will it affect his game? I don't know. Rapp, of course, missing practice. Christian Benford limited. So I feel like the injury report from yesterday was as good as you could have hoped for. So there's that. Mike in Connecticut will lead us off this morning as we get one day closer to the Chiefs. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
There was just two things I want to bring up, and then actually I want to go off a point you guys just said. First, starting off with just the Bills-Chiefs history rivalry over the last 4 years. I'm only 25, so I lived through the whole drought, obviously, and obviously I wasn't alive for the Super Bowls, but my dad has all the VHS highlight tapes of those years, and obviously just watching those as a young kid and growing up, I kind of, I know how much it means to Bills fans to be in the postseason, and obviously, hopefully get the chance to be to the Super Bowl, but it seems like in 2020. We were almost excited just to win a playoff game, and it almost seemed like getting the AFC Championship was a bonus. But I just feel like this year is so much different, and it almost feels so much better, too, because this is almost, a reset year to a lot of people. Allen is much more mature. He's taking care of the ball, and he's not the same Allen he was in 2020. He's played great in the playoffs, but, looking at this matchup and, losing to the Chiefs 3 out of the last 4 years, in the postseason, I just feel like at some point this matchup has to give, and it's got to flip, and I feel like this is the year it's coming. And I said the same thing about, the Bills and the Dolphins in the regular season over the last, 6 years. The Bills have dominated the Dolphins. And, going into this year, I figured that the Dolphins would get a game, just because the Bills have been so dominant in the regular season and the postseason against the Dolphins that at some point, the cards are just going to be in favor of the Dolphins for one of these games. But right now, I'm not super stressed. Usually I'm I'm on edge with a lot of Bills games. But the second point I wanted to make is very short. But I am not ready for Xavier Worthy to make a big play in this game, just because I just know what comes with that. Yeah. And last thing I'm going to say is just because you guys talking about your plans for the game, I do not live close to Buffalo. I'm about 7-8 hours away, but I still make about 3 to 4 trips a year when I can, to see games. But it's funny because I imagine where you guys are out in Western New York that, anytime I'm out there, even if I'm at a rest stop in, Rochester or Syracuse, you see a lot of Bills people and Bills attire in the stores, but there's not a lot of Bills fans where I'm at in Connecticut. So it's my dad, my mom, my girlfriend, and my brother is the only exception I let watch the games with me because I'm not able to watch games with people who don't know ball the amount that I put into this team.
Where in Connecticut are you? Southern Connecticut?
So I'm in Stratford, Connecticut.
Okay. Have you ever tried a Bills backer bar?
Yes. So the thing is, there's a Bills backers bar in Milford, which is probably 10 minutes from me. Mm-hmm. But if I'm being quite honest with you, I just, not that anything against that, but my dad knows so much about football. We put so much into the Bills. I don't like being around people who, I don't want to say don't know football.
Sure.
It bothers me, and I don't like when people are talking to me or giving me their input on. Last year, I went to a Bills backers bar, and someone told me, this is right after the Bills signed Reggie Gilliam to an extension. Don't get you it was literally after a summer softball game I played. I'm like, we'll go watch the Bills play the Steelers, the Panthers in preseason. We'll go do it. And someone said, yeah, the Bills are cutting Gilliam this year. I go, they just signed him to a 2-year extension. So I'm very particular on how I am.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I guess I was gonna say to remember. I was there at a bar and someone threw shade at Reggie Gilliam, and I can't have that. I get that, the idea of Joe, when you said, you have to start planning who you're going to watch the Super Bowl with if they win, plan ahead. I don't have any idea what I'll do for that game either. You could probably start to rule out. Everybody could probably do this. Some friend groups you love these people, but I'm not about to watch the Super Bowl with these people. This right. Might be an immediate family or season ticket holders together kind of situation.
Yeah.
And I guess it's been a while since they've been to the AFC Championship game, 4 years, and twice in 31 years. So I'm treating this game almost like it is the Super Bowl because if I had the opportunity to go to this game, I wouldn't want to do it. I think I would turn it down. I feel the same way about this game and the idea of going to it as I do about the Bills winning the Super Bowl, which is, if it happens, I want to be here. If it happens, I want to walk out my door and run to the bar on the corner and see how many people show up.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the idea of going to the Super Bowl is something that this generation of Bills fans has never experienced. And I can't imagine what it'll be like if they win.
And then to get the 2 weeks. Yeah. 2 weeks in between of prep and hype for the game. Yeah.
We'll get to the Worthy stuff. How loud would it be? I don't know. I've thought about that a lot. If Worthy is a big part of what knocks them off, I mean, that would sting. It would sting. And for me, whatever, we've been through it 100 times, and I'm sure we'll go through it 100 more. But it will never be about, I wish the Bills had Worthy over Coleman. It's just as simple as I would never have traded with them. I would never have helped them, and this is exactly why. Now I have to play them, and if I could just have it where they don't have something they want, or I didn't help them get what they want, then to me that's a preferable thing. And along the way, when Dwayne Carter looked like he was a really good player, and he still could be, it was like, oh, I'm not worried about it. Look how good Dwayne Carter is. And now, well, maybe that's not exactly as glowing of a thing as it used to be. Again, I don't think it has to be the worst thing on earth. I just definitely would not have done it. I would never have done that. They call. They don't think they're getting a player they want unless I help them. Sure, you can have whatever you want. I would never have done it. But Brandon Beane did, and he looks fine right now because he's in this game. And there's also a scenario where Keon Coleman is the difference maker. And the Bills look pretty smart for taking that guy instead of Worthy. So we'll see. 803-0550. Thanks, Mike, for the phone call. If you're on hold, stick with us. What are you doing? Does anybody else not really know what to do with themselves? What they're going to do for this? It's Thursday. Home games are easy, Joe. Home games I'm going.
You're
I'll
going
see
to the
you
game, yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you there. This game, I don't know what to do with myself. So, 803-0550. Also, when we get back, I want to talk to you about the division now that we have all 4 head coaches locked in. Aaron Glenn has been hired by the Jets. Of course, Mike McDaniel stayed in Miami, and the Patriots have Mike Vrabel. So, the 4 coaches in this division, you've got 3 defensive guys, right? Interesting, noteworthy. 803-0550. Give us a call on any of it, on what you're going to do, on thoughts for Sunday's game. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, 6:30 on Sunday. The Bills injury report to begin the week of practice is Taylor Rapp not participating. He's dealing with a back and a hip injury, which knocked him out of the Raven game early. Deion Dawkins also was not on the field yesterday, but that was due to an illness, not injury-related for Dawkins. Matt Milano and Christian Benford were limited. Benford is in concussion protocol. Milano is dealing with hamstring soreness. McDermott wouldn't call it an injury. He said it's hamstring soreness for Milano. Everybody else was a full participant. For Kansas City, everybody was a full participant. They, though, did not activate Mecole Hardman off injured reserve. He was eligible to. He is not going to play this Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Car crash for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. To some coaching news around the NFL. Aaron Glenn officially is the coach of the New York Jets. He had flown back to Detroit, put together a staff. He's going to be the Jets head coach going forward. And Joe Brady is still getting some interest. Ian Rappaport reports the Saints hope to have a second interview in person with Brady, as well as Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. So Brady seems to be a serious candidate for the New Orleans job. Jacksonville's having a tough time recruiting candidates. That was, though, before they finally decided to let go of their GM, Trent Baalke. They decided to retain him this offseason, had trouble getting candidates, got told no by Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator of the Bucs. So they moved on from the GM. See where they end up now. To hockey, the Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock, hosting the Calgary, not hosting, in Calgary. That will get pregame rolling at 8 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kick off 2025 with the new Chevy from Paddock.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Entertain any ideas or thoughts about what it would be like to win?
It's either going to be super celebration party or me in a 24-pack by myself. So,
Spencer Brown.
All
quote
right.
of the Bills were fighting for quote of the day yesterday, whether it's Allen laughing about the lateral or Spencer Brown celebration or a 24-pack by myself. Pretty funny. The Bills seem pretty loose. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. You can tune us in a lot of different places now. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. I am not on the stream today because on Thursdays I broadcast from home. And we will eventually get that lined up where I can be on this. But for today, I guess you don't get to see my face. So radio-only day for me.
Radio only for you.
I'm just looking at your face.
I think I have the whole screen then.
You do?
To myself?
I'm watching you. I'm watching the show.
There you go.
I'm watching you.
That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem fair.
Yeah.
Brown, by the way, did you happen to watch the video in addition to the audio of that quote from yesterday?
I did.
Did you notice what was on his head?
Was it a hat with an upside-down logo?
He joined the upside-down hat crew. Spencer Brown, he's in. He's in on it.
Listen, all I'm saying about wearing a hat where the logo's upside down, which I know you do. I've seen Eric Wood wear one.
Yep.
And I'm not making fun of you guys. I think it's fine. I think
This one, by the way, the logo was not upside down, but the buffalo lettering was. Which actually, like the hat, I have a Bison's hat that's upside down. The logo and the lettering are upside down. Brown's different here. The Bills logo is normal, and then the buffalo is, reversed.
Okay. All I'm saying is, as a society, we missed an opportunity to have the upside-down logo represent that your franchise is in distress. We just missed that chance. You could be wearing a Sabres hat with the logo upside down to express that you feel the franchise is in disarray.
Before it culturally became like a cool thing.
Now those hats are cool as opposed to, listen, I like this team and I know things are pretty messed up right now. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, it's the new paper bag over your head. You show up to a game with a jersey where the Sabre logo is it's rotated 90 degrees.
Right, you're a Jaguars fan today, and they just fired their GM after deciding that they had to fire him to find the coach they want. You're like, you know what? I got to get an upside-down hat. I got to do it. We are in disarray.
You just have one ready to go, so if you're mad at them that day when you wake up, like, mad at them because they lost yesterday, I'm going to wear the upside-down hat.
Here's our $1 billion idea, Joe. A hat that kind of pops. There's a little thing in the back, and you can undo it and rotate it around and put it back on to represent every day how you feel about the team that you're wearing the hat for.
Here, it's a $1 billion idea.
We are. Shut down the stream. We're done. We're out of here.
Yep.
We're retiring on this idea now. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. It is, of course, Chiefs week. I've been on in Kansas City on 2 different shows. I'm going on like 3 more. Yeah. They want to talk a lot about this game, a lot. And the one I went to yesterday was a television station had me on for a Zoom, and they opened the conversation with, so you guys don't really like us, do you? It seems like everybody doesn't like us. And what would you say to that? I said, yeah, I don't like you. Yeah, I don't like your team. Why would I? Who does? Why would anybody like you guys?
Yeah, you're the villains of the sport right now.
Yeah.
Like, definitively the villains of the sport.
You're in everybody's way.
Yeah. They, I think they've kind of done it to themselves a little bit, too. Like, do all dynasties have to be hated?
Pretty much.
Because, like,
it depends.
The Warriors are not.
I don't agree with that. I think the Warriors are hated by a lot of people because of Draymond Green, and they don't like Steph chewing on a mouthpiece. Like when you hate a dynasty, you choose something. For me, I love the Warriors dynasty, and I just love watching the Warriors, so I never had a problem with them. But if I was a Portland Trailblazers fan, I might have a problem with it.
Okay, that's right. I think did they become likable again after Durant left? Because when they were in the finals, also they were playing Boston, so maybe that helps. When they were playing Boston in the finals, I feel like everybody on earth was rooting for the Warriors because everybody wanted to see Steph do it again and be the MVP, and he did.
Yeah.
And also, isn't it? I think, like, I've heard this take on multiple platforms this week, and I kind of want to agree with it a little bit, that the Warriors, like, maybe they're not, it's not universal love by any means, but they did have their fans because they're just so fun to watch. You can't look away. The entertainment value, it's hard to hate them when they are so exciting. And with the Chiefs have done, along with the winning, along with Mahomes is now, flapping for penalties and got mad last year when he lost the game to the Bills. Like, there are enough reasons to hate them on their own, but in addition, they're not even fun.
Right.
Their games are kind of boring.
They used to be fun.
They used to be fun,
and they used to be a team that I would think, I want to watch them. They're going to go bonkers, and instead they win every game 19-17.
And that's what I think is. I think what's adding to them being like the supervillain is, now you're not even fun while you're winning. Now you are the boring team. You're the San Antonio Spurs with Tim Duncan. Like, nobody wants to watch that.
Yeah. It's also that they've got so many wins, and this year really brought this out. So many wins by one play, and you could watch it, and someone will want to tell you, it's because they're so much better in those situations. Like, I'll believe that to a point, but a doinked field goal that goes in for them and a doinked field goal that goes out for someone else isn't being better in situations. Like, that's randomness, and it's annoying randomness. If the Chiefs are to win a game here on a goofy play that bounces, like Mahomes fumbles and they recover it, that's not situational awareness. That is dumb luck, right? He fumbled on they fumbled on the opening kickoff last week.
Yeah.
And got it back. You had a highlight. Did you ever tweet that out about the Bengals?
Oh, I need to do that, yeah.
So, again, like there's this idea that they never make any mistakes, and it's just not true. They just sometimes get a little lucky to overcome their own mistakes, or their opponents get unlucky. There's a game against the Browns 3 years ago where the Browns are about to take the lead in a playoff game, and they fumble it out of the end zone.
Yep.
It's just whatever.
The ball has bounced their way.
The ball has bounced their way.
And the clip I was going to tweet out is the Bengal AFC Championship, which they do end up losing. But maybe it would be more about how they blew it at the end had it gone a different direction, which was they had 2nd and goal at the 4. Mahomes takes a sack, and then on the 3rd down, he scrambles, eats 10 seconds, spins around, bam, fumble. There's 2 Bengals in the area. There's 1 Chief, and who's the ball roll to?
Right.
The 1 Chief that's in the area.
And it feels like that's every single play for them. That's why I think that's part of the reason they're hated. If they won these games by 25, it'd be less, oh my God, they did it again. Mike in Tonawanda next up. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Quick thing. I saw it on TV yesterday, and, obviously we want to win this game for the obvious reasons to get to the Super Bowl. But they mentioned how in the history of the NFL, dating back pre-merger, no quarterback has ever gone 0-4 against one player or team in the playoffs in the history of the league. So they said Aikman was 3-0 against Favre. Kelly was 3-0 against Marino. They said Brady was 3-0 against Rivers. And obviously Pat being 3-0 against Allen. But nobody's ever gone down 0-4. And basically if that happens, how do you even Allen? How does he recover from that? You can't lose to this team again because now you're being planted in history in a real bad way where nobody's gonna be able to dig out of that hole. It's just not gonna happen. Nobody's gonna go 0-4 against another person in the playoffs again. I don't think. So I don't know. It sucks. But that just puts more pressure. And I don't know. Hopefully we get it done. I think we'll get it done, but. It's just for that reason alone, we have to win this game, even for Allen's sake. And the thing is, we all know he's played well in these games, these playoff games. He's just got let down by defense or McDermott or whatever. But, if it happens again, I don't think Josh recovers from this. I really don't. Regardless of what happens, if he wins it next year or whatever, it's just that stain of being 0-4 against the Chiefs in the playoffs is just never going to go away. You'll never be able to, claim the title because obviously Mahomes always will be the number 1 quarterback of his era, but it'll never get challenged in any kind of way from Josh. And now it'll really put fuel to the fire of people who say, well, all right, you beat them in the regular season, big deal. So next year they go into the season playing the Chiefs again in the regular season. They might as well not even play it because it doesn't mean anything. They could beat them 60-0. It don't mean anything. They have to win this game, period.
Thanks, Mike. That's one of the things about this dynasty that is probably particularly annoying for Bills fans, and we've alluded to this many times. This running into the Chiefs over and over again has made almost everything else feel not quite meaningless. But if the Bills were to lose again, what will happen? Oh, wow, another great year. You just lost to the Chiefs. Congratulations. It's all the same, even though they went one round further. And, the Chiefs constantly being that constant, I think has made – it's why I think them winning is actually bad for football. I do not think it's good. I know dynasties are good, but dynasties – the Warriors losing to the Cavs had to happen. That was good for the NBA. It was a great all-time moment for the NBA. And then what did the Warriors do afterwards? They won again, and then they lost, and they won. But mixed in there were great moments where somebody got over on them. And the only one we have on – the only team that got over on the Chiefs – there's 2, I guess, but in the Super Bowl, it's Brady, the other annoying guy who won all the Super Bowls.
That Warriors-Cavs comparison is actually pretty good because at the end of it, one team dominated the rivalry. They played 4 straight years in the finals, and the Cavs only won once. And they got swept in one of them. They lost in 5. 2 of them they got rolled. So the Warriors and the Warriors won 4 total titles. They had their dynasty, and the Cavs lost that rivalry. If you look at the totality of it, and they don't care.
They have a memory for it.
They don't care.
Maybe have
because they were also the city that had not won a championship in any sport in 60 years. So they get their one title. That's all they care about. So. I kind of understand that. If the Bills lose this game on Sunday, any idea that you can catch them in titles, but more so the rivalry, one-on-one, because you'll be 0-4 in the playoffs, any idea that you're making up that ground, you can kind of it's so unlikely. But kind of like the Cavaliers when they played the Warriors, I don't really think it matters if you lose the rivalry to the Chiefs if you just get one.
Right. Yeah. And there is a world out there where the Bills win it this year, and now it's Chiefs 3, Bills 1, and we're talking let's catch them. Like you're saying, the idea of catching them is not something we bring up a lot, but it is,
It becomes live if they were to do it.
Yeah. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
it all home.
Yeah, I'm not on camera today because I'm broadcasting from home, and we're working on that capability. I'm from home on Thursdays. My thought on this is that if you think I'm ever going to do this show not wearing a hat, or if you ever see this show and we're broadcasting and I'm not wearing a hat, we are either at a wedding or a funeral. That's it. There's no other circumstance you'll ever. I mean,
ooh, this would be a good
when I don't wear hats, weddings, funerals, and pretty much that's it.
All right, next year for the Thursday night parlay, the punishment is you have to go a month of the show without wearing a hat.
Well, wouldn't do it. That's just the show.
Punishments aren't fun if you're not willing to do something that actually it really hurts.
I watched
if you
a
lose.
Chiefs Christmas movie for you guys.
You watched the wrong Christmas.
That's
Chiefs
right. You
Christmas
did watch
movie.
the wrong
but
one.
I still did it, and that's what counts.
That's right. You did. I wouldn't enter a bet where I wouldn't wear a hat. I'd like the analytics on waking hours. I have a hat on. It'd be like 87%. Higher. It might even be higher.
87% of the time you're wearing a hat?
I'm awake, yes, yeah.
I wear them when I'm out mostly now, but not when I'm at home.
In the house. In the house, I'm passing a hat. I'll have one on and pass one that I took off 3 hours before. I'll just swap and just put a different hat on. I'm just in a different mood. Yeah, anyway. I'm weird like that.
Depends how long my hair is also.
803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. We got to get to a break. I want to ask a Josh Allen question, a question that I've been asked a couple times on these Kansas City stations, on these like Oklahoma City going on. They ask me one question about Allen and how Bills fans view him, and I want to ask that coming up next. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Bills Chiefs. Wall-to-wall coverage of the AFC Championship game. Sunday from 10 a.m. till kickoff at 6:30 on the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR on the Odyssey app. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. The Bills had their first practice of the week yesterday. And on the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm, injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. There were two players not on the field. That was Dion Dawkins due to an illness, so not injury-related for Dawkins, and also Taylor Rapp. Taylor Rapp did not practice with back and hip injuries. Milano was limited. He's dealing with hamstring soreness. McDermott would not call it an injury. He said hamstring soreness for Milano. And also Christian Benford, limited at practice with the concussion that he's been dealing with. For the Kansas City Chiefs, complete, clean injury report. Everybody was a full participant for them. Elsewhere around the NFL, Aaron Glenn becomes the head coach of the New York Jets. The Lions defensive coordinator is going to New York, which means the Lions lose both coordinators in the same offseason. Dan Campbell will need a new OC and a new DC. For Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, Ian Rappaport reports the Saints hope to have a second interview with Brady in person, which would not be able to happen this week, of course. Also, Eagles OC Kellen Moore is also believed to be in the running for that Saints job as well. In Jacksonville, offensive coordinator of the Bucs, Liam Cohen, said no to them, took himself out of the running yesterday. So the Jags went ahead and finally fired their general manager, Trent Baalke, who many had been questioning still being employed there, and now they will try to find a head coach without him in the picture. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop against the Calgary Flames. We'll have pregame starting at 8 o'clock here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update, kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Our goal is to go 1-0, and it starts with the ball, taking care of the football and making sure that we're not giving them short fields.
Frank the Tank, come on, let's get on the field and see what happens. You're going to go nuts out there, Frank the Tank.
Allen back to pass, fires to the right corner, picked off by Jordan Whitehead. His third interception of the game.
Josh Allen, for a second, got stood up, and his eyes got big, and he thought about pitching the ball back to his running back. He did not. And I know it's a small play. It will not go down in the stat line, but for me, that is a representation of Josh Allen's growth.
There looked like there was a moment where you thought about lateraling the ball back to James Cook. Did that go through your head?
No.
Would young Josh Allen have done that?
He would have done it, yes. It may have crossed the mind, but yeah, I didn't do it.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
If you haven't seen the clip, when he says no, he's got a smile on his face.
He's got the biggest smile on his face.
He's like, I'm lying to you, and I'm letting you know I'm lying to you. No, it didn't cross my mind. And he goes on to say, a younger Josh Allen would have done it. So, very funny clip, Allen, there yesterday. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Speaking of, the stats about the turnovers, and that's Nate Burleson saying it doesn't show up in the stats that he didn't pitch that. Sheil Kapadia had this on the Bills. We'll make this our stat of the day because it's a good stat. Powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. 4.2% of the Bills' offensive possessions this season have resulted in a turnover. So 4%, that's 1 out of every 25 possessions results in a turnover. That is the lowest rate for any offense in the last 25 years.
Wow.
So, yeah. I'm not going to...
good at not turning the ball over.
Can we just... Should I knock on wood, by the way? They come out of Sunday with 6 turnovers. We call that a Justin Herbert, where you throw 3 in a year and then 4 in a playoff loss, because that's what Herbert did. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Stat of the day. The Bills do not turn the ball over. And that's Allen. That's everybody. Good stuff. 803-0550. Okay, so on Allen, here's a question I want to ask, and we'll get some more phone calls here. Joe, when I go on, and I'm sure you get phone calls and texts like, "Hey, can you come on and can you talk about the game?" Blah blah blah.
I'll be on in Indy today, I think.
There you go, Indianapolis. I mean, the league wants to talk about the game.
Yep.
And going on in Kansas City or wherever, Oklahoma City. I think I'm going on today, or that was yesterday. I don't know. I've got a bunch on my calendar. I got a question, and it's the kind of question about Allen you'd get from an outsider, which is, are there any Bills fans out there that think about him? Hey, buddy, it's time to come through finally. It's time to win. Kind of putting him under the microscope about why hasn't he won it. And my answer was no, there aren't any. There are almost none. Because don't we know, like this is the horse you're riding with for 8 more years until he doesn't play anymore. There's absolutely no thought of, does he have what it takes to win one? Right?
None.
Do you know any person in your life that thinks he will let them down in the big moment? Because I don't. I think that McDermott wears 100% of that kind of emotion from people. That the belief is that Allen probably should have won by now, and no, there's absolutely nothing in that regard for Allen from Bills fans, is my answer to them.
I would agree. I don't think... I think that 13-second game does a lot for him on that front, right? Like 2 game-winning drives in the final minute and a half goes a long way. Like he showed us, I could do it, and then I could do it again, and that's in clutch time. And how many times has that really been tested in the playoffs since where he couldn't get the job done, right? Like the AFC Championship against Kansas City, it wasn't tested. I guess you could say last year would have been maybe the first time, really, right? Like that he didn't get the job done because he got hit as he threw it to Shakir. He didn't take Diggs over the middle. But even that one...
Even then, Diggs had the drop, and then Bass missed the kick.
It gets chalked up to the Diggs drop, I think, more than... Because in Allen's defense, he did put the ball right on him, and as Ben Baldwin pointed out, right before that, he had put the ball on Trent Sherfield 45 yards down the field and hit him in the bicep and was dropped. So he made 2 spectacular downfield throws that should have put them in position to score, and his guys dropped the ball. So, like, again, it's he did his part. He did his part. And I just don't think there's a lot of questions about him doing it if it comes down to it.
And in big moments, whether it's regular season, and last year's run, I think, does a lot of this too, right? Last year, they kind of needed to win out, and they did. And in big games against the Chiefs, he's won games in Arrowhead to win a game in Detroit. I mean, he's come through for them a million times. So I don't think there's any sort of belief that he's falling short. Even if, like you said, even if that throw to Shakir or you want something better on the third down play, like it's just... Yeah. None of that stuff really sticks because I think there's an overarching kind of belief that he's fine. Not worried about him. We got other things to worry about. We'll get some more phone calls in on this as well. 803-0550. And do you have plans yet? I got a couple of funny tweets to run through on that. Do you know what you're doing for this game? Because I'm still kind of struggling with it. I just know that I've got to not be near my kids because sometimes they get, my daughter especially, she gets scared if I yell at the TV. Like in a good way. If I cheer loudly, she kind of isn't happy about that. So, I don't know. I got to figure something out. Rob in Connecticut. Rob, you're up next. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Jeremy. How are you doing today? And I don't know Mike from Connecticut, by the way, but I know exactly what you're talking about. The Bills backers in Milford. It's about 15 minutes away from me. But as far as I stay home, I can't be around people. I listen to the radio, and I was just laughing because you yell. My fiance yells more than I do. I don't even yell during the games. I don't say a word, but she scares me. She's the one that is very boisterous. But I just wanted to let you guys know that this year, for me, it just feels different. It feels right. It just feels right. And when you're talking about Josh, it's like the pieces around him, everybody blends so well together. And one of the things I'm thinking about also is if we get to the show, I will be so happy for Sal I mean, to be standing on the sideline at the Super Bowl would be, like, unexplainable. And I think about Sal all the time. And, the other thing I want to let you guys know is ever since the 49ers game, I've been bowling every Sunday morning just to take my mind away from the game until it's time.
Routine?
And don't ask me how I do it. I am blind, but, like, I can only see to a certain degree, so I use the gutters as its contrast. The gutters are dark and the lane is light. And I've been bowling. I've been killing it. I've been beating guys that can see. They don't understand how it happens. So every morning, Sunday morning, since the 49er game, I've been bowling, and, I'm doing really well. So leave no doubts is what I've been saying all year long. So don't doubt yourself. I think we'll be fine. And hopefully I hear about, I won't be able to see it, but hopefully I hear about Taylor Swift pouting in her suite instead of jumping around. So keep doing what you guys are doing. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. You've got a lot of people that have confidence and feel like it feels different this year, and I'm not saying I don't feel that. I would like to borrow confidence. I don't know, Joe. I don't walk around with like, oh, it feels like it. I feel like you're just. When you get to the postseason, especially last week I felt this way and this week I feel this way too, is, well, I see which way the coin toss goes. Like I hope they win the coin toss. Not an actual coin toss, but a game like this is close and could swing on any number of plays or players.
Yeah. Isn't it feel different because of the mental exercise from before the year of, I would just take getting in the playoffs? Like
maybe.
Because that's a little 05-06 Sabre-y, just way, not as much. I mean, that was like what, out of nowhere, was maybe going to be the worst team in the league, and then they were in the conference finals. This was, you might just be a playoff team, and then you're in the AFC Championship. So, I don't know. I think for some people that, I don't really think, for me, it does feel that different. I think early in the year maybe it did a little bit, but I feel the exact same that I have in all of these playoff runs. But for those that are saying they feel different, I feel like that's an exercise in, last year, year before, the whole year, the whole calendar year, not just a couple of months that the season take place. It is Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Yeah. And this year it was more, let's see what they are. Maybe they take a step back. Would you take just getting in as a wild card and seeing what happens? I think the setup to the year was different, so maybe some people are still feeling that.
Well, that's where, a changeover on the roster and new faces and new names are refreshing. And Brandon Beane talks about how when they moved on from a bunch of players and got new guys, that some of the emotional baggage would have been shed, and that probably extends to the fans as well. That you have a new group here on a lot of levels, and it's James Cook and Keon Coleman and Amari Cooper and Khalil Shakir that are your big names on offense, and the offensive line, and people know Alec Anderson, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's a different look to the way they play. The one thing I would say about that, though, I want to push back, and I thought of a good way to push back on the idea of house money or, hey, they weren't supposed to be this good. And the best way to do it is to talk about Joe Brady. So Joe Brady's about to get a second interview, or he's going to interview with the Saints next week.
The Saints want him to.
Okay.
It's not out that Brady will do it, but the Saints want him to.
Okay, so here's Brady. He still could get the job with the Saints. He still could get the job with the Jaguars. And what you've got right here with Brady and Allen, whatever part of it you like, if you like the balance, if you like the style of the offense with yak yards, if you like that he's not taking sacks, if you like that he's not turning the ball over, all of that together, Joe, is Brady and Allen working in concert beautifully. And if he leaves after 1 year, then best of luck to him. Thank you for the job you did. But the window, of course, doesn't close. Windows for Super Bowl teams, it's not like we're not day trading stocks here. The window's open as long as Allen's the quarterback. However, last time they got this far, what did we think? Well, come on. Everything's just the world's our oyster. Everything's going to start going great for them. And it took 4 more years just to get back to this game. Now, if they lose and then Brady leaves and it takes 4 more years to get back because there's always things popping up, whether it's a Ken Dorsey offensive experiment, which was okay but had some flaws and knocked them down a little bit, or if it's in 1 year it's injuries, right? You never know how the year's actually going to go. You're here in this moment. I don't think you can really treat it as anything other than kind of Super Bowl or bust in the moment, because you might be going through an offensive change next year. What if Davis Webb is your offensive coordinator because his name has come up a couple times, and now I'm into another transition. It's just a different transition, right? Isn't every year having some degree of transition? And if the transition is going to be a new offensive coordinator, well, now I've got a lot of variables that are in that. So Brady as a potential candidate as a coach somewhere else, to me, kind of makes me lock further in on, no, you've got a really good thing with these two. We hope he stays, but if he doesn't, that could change the dynamics, and maybe, I don't know, maybe everything doesn't go perfectly next year.
No, right? I mean, their last offensive coordinator, everything didn't go perfect, right? It was sloppy, and I think the things he wanted to do with the offense, he couldn't, right? And Brady, like, what's Brady's skill set? What is he great at? Like, or what is he at least better at than his predecessor? Like, he's done a better job at getting these yak plays to work. I think the thing that I noticed from Brady that maybe sets him apart from other coordinators in the league is how good he is at getting running backs open. Like, on route concepts, whether it's down the field even, because really the Bills don't run a lot of screens to their running backs. I don't know that the next guy will just be able to do some of these things. Like, maybe, right? Like, we didn't know that Brady would.
No, that's right.
When during this year did we feel like, okay, they've got a guy. Like, this guy knows what he's doing. This is working. They're going to work in concert together. Like, I would say for the first month of the year, I was still saying,
for sure.
I think it's going well, but it wasn't until maybe late in the year even I'm like, oh no, this guy's a good coordinator.
Right. We used to joke about, like, what's his witch factor, right? Is he a witch or not? And
right.
early in the season, before Cooper showed up, we wondered if they could win throwing the ball, and then Cooper showed up, and the dynamic just kind of all fell into place. And that's not just Cooper. That's the backs. That's Keon Coleman. That's a lot of things. So, yeah.
It's a comfort that, the Chiefs don't have to deal with, and I don't know how you find this with an offensive guy. Maybe you have to think about age or something like that. Because the Chiefs have kind of fallen into stability on both sides that is kind of it's kind of rare, right? Like, when you win and you don't have to really ever worry about your play caller on either side of the ball leaving.
Yeah.
Again, like, part of that, though, is Steve Spagnuolo. Like, sure, he's a defensive mind, but he's also a failed head coach before, and he's at an age where he just doesn't get really any looks for a head coach job. So year to year to year, as long as Andy Reid wants to work and doesn't want to retire, like, if you're in Kansas City, you never have to worry about this. Ever have to worry about this. And that would be nice to have here, but that's Brady's going to get a job eventually. Like, if this continues to work, even if it's not this year, Brady will get a job. How do you replicate that? It's a lot tougher, right? Because what do you need? You might need, if you really care about it in the first place, about, can I just find a coordinator that's just going to be here for the long haul? Like, the long haul, I don't have to worry about this.
The answer to who this name is.
You need a failed head coach, right?
Well, it's Josh McDaniels. I'm not saying the Bills need that guy.
Not specifically.
But that's one thing about this. We were going to get to the division at some point. So the Patriots just hired Mike Vrabel, and Josh McDaniels is the offensive coordinator. He has had success as an offensive coordinator, and guess what? He is never getting a head coach job again.
Yeah, exactly. He will never
right?
be. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, you need somebody that's really good at it, that went somewhere and they failed maybe twice, and now Drake May has an offensive coordinator that if it does work for them, that guy will never leave. He will just never leave.
And he can't be too good. Well, too good, and you wouldn't have to worry about it anyway. Like, Sean Payton, if he were to get fired in a couple of years by Denver, is not going to come be your offensive coordinator.
Right.
So he can't have pedigree at the same time. Like, yeah. Norv Turner 10 years ago.
Right. It's just interesting to think about it in terms of, these windows, and there's so many moving parts and pieces, and players come and go, and coordinators and coaches come and go. Look at the Lions. They just lost Ben Johnson. Like, the Lions window, does it close? Does it open? But that's a big transition for them, because the wizard of their offense is now in their own division. So, Dan Campbell, not this year, but 2 years ago, said, I don't know when we'll be back again. It's hard to get this far. And sure enough, the next year, they go out earlier and they lose the Wizard. So things are always changing. And in this spot, you just can't be anything but. I don't think you can be anything but. You got to finish the job when you're this close. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Let's get to Jimmy in Miami. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, buenos dias, guys. Hey, on Monday, at the end of the show, Jeremy, you said something about flopping, about Mahomes and flopping, and how it's making a joke, a travesty of officiating, and how these games are turning out in favor of not the whole game, but as you know, a game a lot of times is won in the margins, and it could be something as simple as Mahomes flopping where he gets a 15-yard penalty. It could change the outcome of the game. It's not always like Josh throwing for 350 yards or Cook running for 150 yards. It could be a strip sack that changes the outcome of the game. But this flopping, it's just driving me crazy, and it's making a travesty of officiating. And, like, for instance, one of Mahomes' top one out of 10 flops is when let's say he's under pressure. He escapes the pocket. Now he's running towards the sideline. He gets towards the sideline, and he slows down right when he gets to the sideline. And, of course, the defender is going to push him. And he does this amazing flying belly flop where a referee, right away throws a flag. Or he's running, he's scrambling, and he slides too late. And then, it's hard for a defender to stop. If you're a quarterback and you're sliding too late and you get hit, it shouldn't be a penalty.
Yeah.
Sometimes these, I just think it's getting out of hand. And I just have one question. Does the NFL or does some official that's in charge of these officials of the game, at the end of the game, do they sit down with these guys and go over the film and say, look, this is not a penalty. You're changing the outcome of a game right here because you gave the team a 15-yard penalty.
These guys, Jimmy, these guys definitely get reviewed, and based on their scores, that's who they pick to do these playoff games and Super Bowls. Is if you have the best crew of the year continues working. On the flopping point, I do love this conversation. I think it is tied into a talk we had a couple weeks ago about Trevor Lawrence when he slid and got concussed, and they suspended the Texans defender, and I thought that was a bogus slide. Right now, quarterbacks are, and listen, we know Josh does this, so we can put that over here for a moment because we're talking about the actual nature of the game and the spirit of the game. So I think Josh would just adjust. Josh is out there looking for calls the same way Mahomes is. Josh is out there flopping occasionally, yes. I mean, he's trying to do what he can to help his team. And as long as it's not actually a penalty, there's no specific penalty for flopping. I'm reading an article about this where, yes, an official could call it, but there's not really a call for flopping. You could call unsportsmanlike conduct. In the NBA, in the NHL, there are embellishment penalties. In the Premier League, in soccer around the world, there is a penalty for embellishing. Will the NFL put that penalty in place? I want to say yes, it would be good to do it, but I'm also afraid of it because I can't imagine your quarterback gets hit and he gets flagged. What would happen, Joe? How does a diving call get received in the NHL? Right? Are you kidding me? He got tripped. What are you saying? He embellished that play. You wiped out a penalty, which was really a penalty. I don't know what the right answer is in terms of the way forward, but it is definitely tied to quarterbacks weaponizing personal fouls. They are doing that on purpose. Allen at the sideline, I think Allen is looking for a hit there. Mahomes at the sideline throws himself to the ground. They are weaponizing the officials to their advantage when they play the position that is the most protected as it is, right? You can't touch their head. You can't touch their knees. You can't burp them against the ground or whatever. You can't land your weight on them. It's hard enough to tackle these guys as it is. And now when they go to the sideline, I know that Mahomes is very, very good at this. And, yes, I know that Allen is also very good at this. I don't know that I'm ready to say we should sign up for flopping as a penalty. I'd like to find some ground in between, Maybe it's as simple as
fines, maybe.
Maybe fines. Maybe it's as simple as I No, I can't do that.
Fines that also aren't like $2,500 or something. Like doesn't
I was
even
about to say,
matter
like,
to quarterbacks.
are we going to review roughing the passer calls? I can't stand another review in another 5 minutes of Gene's territory telling me what he thinks he saw. So I don't want to sign up for more reviews. But I do think Mahomes last week legitimately made the game look stupid. Like, he had Troy Aikman mocking him during the broadcast.
Yep.
And he deserved it because he threw himself to the ground trying to get a penalty. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't want my league's best players making a mockery of my officiating.
I think the answer is maybe already somewhat being executed. Like, they are, I think, trying to look for that. And if you do it, we're not calling the penalty on the opponent. Like, Mahomes, by the letter of the law, he's moving he's moving to go out of bounds, and he gets hit and thrown out of bounds. Like, the ref didn't call a flag there because why? He I'm sure saw Mahomes. I saw you slow down. I saw you try to draw the penalty. I'm not calling it. And that's happened this year. Kenny Pickett on a third down in like 20 slid with like 8 yards to go. This was when they played the Commanders in the regular season late. Hurts was injured. And Pickett slides, but he waits. He waits until the defender gets there. Like, totally trying to draw it. It was so obvious. I'm just waiting till this defender gets close to me. Then I'm going to do a quick slide. And, penalty. And they did throw a flag. Then they met. They talked about it. Or maybe it was somebody from upstairs that told the refs, guys, Pickett embellished that, or Pickett tried to draw that. They picked up the flag. Like, to me, that's how you do it.
So this is the Sky Judge's realm.
It's Sky Judge. Sky Judge buzzes in and says, "You're picking up that flag because that quarterback drew that on purpose, and there's nothing the defender could do."
The only problem there is if the quarterback has nothing to lose, there's no reason to stop doing it. If there's only something to gain, worst case, it gets picked up. Best case, I get 15 yards. I need something where I'm disincentivized from doing it. And right now that doesn't exist. 803-0550, we're going to break in 1-888-550-2550. Sal, top of the hour. Kendall Gammon on the Chiefs coming up at 9 o'clock as we continue working our way towards the AFC Championship. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship, 6:30 on Sunday. First practice of the week for the Bills yesterday, and the first injury report. But Barnes from injury report, injured. For help, call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford was limited at practice with his concussion, as was Matt Milano with his hamstring soreness. Sean McDermott would not call it a hamstring injury. He called it soreness. And there were two Bills not on the field. Deion Dawkins was not injury-related. He was sick. That's why he wasn't there. And then the Bills also were without Taylor Rapp, who's dealing with a hip and back injury going into the game. For the Chiefs, nobody. Everybody was a full participant, so nobody showing up on their injury report as not practicing or even limited. To the coaching circuit in the NFL, Aaron Glenn is the new coach of the New York Jets. The former Lions defensive coordinator. Detroit loses both their coordinators in the same cycle. Joe Brady getting some interest from the Saints. Ian Rappaport reports that the Saints would like Brady to have a second interview in person with the team next week. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop against the Calgary Flames. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. Catch Sal Capaccio. He takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his All Access Facebook Live from Kansas City on WGR's Facebook page. Presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the fine life with Corona Extra for the fans who never lose. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
The thing that I realized about playing on all those teams is, first of all, the team doesn't really need you. Here you have so many players that are doing their job that they can get the job done without you. So that's kind of where the ego dies and the pride is put aside for the sake of the team. You know, like the old saying, there's no I in team. There truly isn't. When everybody is doing their job, that's how you win a championship. And so when you look at it from that point of view, all that matters is, you know, being the last team to win a football game.
Bills wide receiver Amari Cooper heading into this game against the Chiefs. We'll see what kind of difference he can make. One thing about Cooper is, you know, these Bills and Chiefs storylines overlap over and over again. And when the Bills traded for Cooper, our buddy Carrington Harrison, who we had on yesterday, he talks Chiefs in Kansas City, he called me and had me on and said he wanted Cooper for the Chiefs. And the Chiefs ultimately go get DeAndre Hopkins, right? But, you know, these two teams, whether it's connecting in the draft or the previous DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes, Joe, I remember you saying, you know, in an update that the two teams are monitoring each other and the situation, right? Like these two teams have been linked for so long, and I saw Chiefs safety yesterday said you start the season thinking about the Bills, watching the Bills, because you know eventually it's going to come down to Bills and Chiefs, and you know more often than not lately it has. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe with you from. You know, I'm from home. Joe's in studio. We're broadcasting on YouTube and on Twitch as well. I'm not on camera today, which is something we'll change in the future. And I'll be back in studio tomorrow, so that's good. For a Football Friday, where we will remember some Chiefs. But don't do it yet.
Again?
Don't remember any Chiefs until 8 o'clock on Friday. I'm not even going to think about it until then.
Chiefs of like when they weren't so hateable, ideally.
When they lived the same life as the Bills and finished like 8-8 all the time?
Yeah. When they had, you know. And they were a playoff team. How many times did they make the playoffs right before Mahomes got there?
A bunch, in fact. They had a couple times where they walked in the playoffs and became a doormat for Peyton Manning. Like that happened a couple times.
Right. Where Reed was kind of continuing the, you know, hey, I'm not winning the big one guy.
Yeah.
I mean, they had made the playoffs 4 out of 5 years before Mahomes became their quarterback, and one of those was a 9-7 team. I mean, they really never went more than a couple of years in a row with missing the playoffs. I mean, their whole history.
I'm about to give the Chiefs some credit here, but you know, whatever, let's do it. Another way that these teams both kind of did really well is they went and snagged the quarterback after a good year. Right. Neither of these teams finished bottom 3 to draft a Jaden Daniels. The Chiefs traded up with the Bills, everyone remembers, from 27. Mm-hmm. They were good, and they identified a quarterback and said, we got to go get him. And they went all the way up to 10, and they did it. And the Bills, I think it might have been a little more obvious they were going to go get a quarterback, and that maybe because of the class, and they made trades. And the Bills had a good season and made the playoffs. And, we got to go all the way up to 7 to get that guy. We need him. So both these teams got their guy without having to be in the basement to do it.
The Chiefs traded up to get Mahomes after a 12-win season.
That's crazy.
And their quarterback was
whoever does that.
Smith was 32, so it's not like he was 40, and they knew that we had to move on here, because of age. Yeah, they were 12-4.
Yeah.
They lost in the divisional rounds. They didn't win a playoff game, and hey, I wonder how different history could really be. If you just change one thing, they lose in the divisional round. That's actually, you know what? That's the last playoff win by Mike Tomlin. That game, 18-16. The Steelers didn't score a touchdown. Six Steeler field goals ended your season. And what did you say?
You said it's not good enough.
Good. You know what? Let's blame Tomlin. This is all Tomlin's fault. 6 field goals beats the Chiefs, and the Chiefs we can't. What just happened? We lost to a team that didn't score a touchdown. Let's draft a quartterback.
It is kind of funny. You think about when the Bills drafted Dalton Kincaid, they called Dawson Knox to talk, hey, we're going to draft a tight end. Don't freak out. This is what we're doing here.
Yeah.
How about, did they call Alex Smith? Hey, I know we just went 12-4. We're about to move heaven and earth to go to 10 to get a quarterback, because there's no way they would have even known they were going to get him. It really is an incredibly bold move, and both these franchises get rewarded for bold moves, and of course you have to hit. There are a lot of bold moves for quarterbacks that don't work out, but man, to move up and for both these teams to hit, that is how they got here. It's not as easy as, well, why don't you just stink and grab one at the top like Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Caleb Williams. We'll see how those all play out.
I think I remember, I'm looking up now. Yeah, Smith has told this story before that he was not told. He was not told when they were drafting Mahomes.
Well, they probably didn't know they could get him. You're at 27.
Yeah.
You need to, A, find a team willing to let you go get him, and B, watch the board fall to a point where you can.
Right, exactly.
If they wanted to take him number 1 overall, would they have traded 2 firsts? They might have. Probably not.
If who wanted to take him?
If the Chiefs, would the Chiefs have called the team drafting number 1 that year and said, we need to get this guy?
Yeah.
Probably not. Who knows if it was 10th because the price was right. Everything about the Bills. They liked it in that moment. They drafted Tre'Davious White. Everything's, works with that. So everybody came out looking pretty good in that trade.
Yeah. The teams also, John Elway's told this story a billion times, hasn't he, about how I should have drafted Allen. That was one of those teams.
Took a defensive end.
Is the only team that really you ever hear about truly being upset that they didn't draft Mahomes the Bears?
Yes.
Because they also took a quarterback?
And they traded up for him.
And they traded up for Trubisky. Right, they could have sat where they were and took Mahomes?
Yeah, they traded up. Did they trade up one spot?
They traded up one spot. Yeah. Carolina, L.A., Jets, Titans, Jaguars, Niners, Bears, Browns. Those are the teams that passed on him. And the Bills.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Get back to the phones. Kyle in South Florida quickly before the break. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good.
Hey, first of all, like always, just love everything you guys do. I want to just take us back to last week, at least take myself back to last week, because we're all getting antsy. We're all getting nervous and that stuff. And all I kept saying to myself last week was just get through the Ravens. We have the team that matches up really well to the Chiefs. Just get past the Ravens. And I'm bringing myself back to that. I'm talking myself into that because we do. And what I love about the way that we've won the last 3 weeks is we've put a lot of run game on film now. And don't you just feel like we know what we can do in the pass game? We've seen it. It's not obviously it's not a fluke. We've seen it all year. But we've put, and now the national narrative is around the run game and around ball control and all this stuff. And doesn't it just feel like it's lining up for them being the Chiefs, to have to scheme for that? I just feel like we're almost due for a little bit of a passing attack, and I think we usually scheme those up nicely against the Chiefs. And the one other thing I was going to say, because we keep on comparing all the different teams from the previous years, what I love about this team this year, and you guys probably see this when you're watching, but there is always someone at the end of the play for the Bills this year who is just taking it to the line, like just a little bit over, right to the whistle, and then maybe beyond. I mean, it's
Mac Hollins,
guys, I like to call them, right? Mac Hollins, Alec Anderson, Spencer Brown. I mean, they are always mixing it up, and I'm probably a prisoner of the moment, but I don't remember that as much with past teams. This team feels a little less finesse, and I think that really matters this time of year. Again, probably caught prisoner of the moment, all that stuff. I am as nervous as everyone else, but it feels like we've been building up for this moment, and we have the right pieces in place to put ourselves in a really good position. And that'll hang up.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, whether it ends up being the run kind of narrative or if it's going to be a run game. The Chiefs-Bills games, it's almost like everyone thinks they're going to be shootouts every game they play since 13 seconds, and instead they are, kind of like tennis matches, possessions back and forth, who breaks serve. They stay close throughout. 13 seconds was a regular game until the final 2 minutes when it went, bonkers. But anyway, yeah, thanks, Kyle. We'll see. Can they pass it on the Chiefs? That is my biggest question about them. Can they pass it on the Chiefs? And we'll find out. 803-0550. We're up against the break. 1-888-550-2550. Sal, top of the hour with the recap from One Bills Drive yesterday on McDermott, on Allen, on the injury report, all that good stuff. So stay tuned and keep giving us a call if you want. You can jump on the phone lines with us. 803-0550. Comment on the YouTube feed as well or the Twitch feed. Join us on any one of our platforms we're on. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Joe, can I interest you in some memorabilia from the Bills-Ravens game?
Potentially.
Okay.
What do we got?
You might think commemorative ticket stub, or anyway, on a Facebook Marketplace. You ever spent any time there?
Sometimes I've actually sold some things on there.
Yeah, there's some. Sometimes it's useful. Sometimes it's like, okay, interesting. Anyway, I saw for $30 on Facebook Marketplace, someone took a picture of Ryan Fitzpatrick with his shirt off and framed it 16 by 20 on canvas. You can have that at Facebook Marketplace. Interested? Should I get that for you? Imagine you have that in your house, just a framed shirtless Fitz to celebrate that game.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have him autograph the shirt that he ripped off.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
You should sell that.
You just hang that in your your sports cave. Like, what's up with the jacket over there? Oh, that was Fitz's shirt.
Yeah, right. The jacket with the photo next to it. Here, I'll need the photo so that I can put them together maybe in a display case. Yeah.
What do the Chiefs do? They do anything like that pregame? What's their pregame stuff?
And
they're doing the tomahawk chop, of course.
I don't know because they don't ever show these things on TV, right? Like,
that's right.
A lot of people missed out on the Fitz, intro because the CBS doesn't show it. They're in commercial break during, and you have to find it on social media after.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure.
Anyway, 803-0550. Sal Capaccio coming up as we close in on Sunday, 6:30. Get the injury update, the Barnes Firm injury report, and a full recap from everything said at One Bills Drive yesterday. So stay tuned. Sal Capaccio coming up next here on WGR.
Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Bills Chiefs. Wall-to-wall coverage of the AFC Championship game. Sunday from 10 a.m. till kickoff at 6:30 on the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR on the Odyssey app. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
First practice of the week for the Bills and the Chiefs yesterday with the AFC Championship game on Sunday at 6:30. We will get the injury report coming up next when Sal Capaccio joins the show. Some coaching news around the league. We'll start with what it means for Joe Brady and the Bills. Ian Rappaport reports that the Saints hope to have a second interview in person with Joe Brady next week. Brady already doing one interview virtually with New Orleans, so it seems like he is very much in the running for that job. The Saints also would like to have a second interview with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, according to Rappaport. Aaron Glenn, new head coach of the New York Jets. They get him away from Detroit. He had been the defensive coordinator for a couple of years. That means the Lions lose both their coordinators in the same offseason. Dan Campbell will have to replace both Ben Johnson and Glenn. The Jaguars, who had had some trouble finding a coach, Liam Cohen, the Bucs OC, had told them no, and many thought it was mostly due to the GM still being in place, Trent Baalke. The Jaguars finally fired Trent Baalke, so maybe a reset on their coach search for Jacksonville. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock, Sabres After Dark in Calgary. We'll have pregame starting at 8 o'clock here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock. And also catch Sal Capaccio as he takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his all-access Facebook Live from Kansas City on WGR's Facebook page, presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the fine life with Corona Extra for the fans who never lose.
It's Sal Capaccio.
Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio.
On WGR.
Chilly Thursday. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Reminder, you can watch us now. We are on the YouTube stream and also on Twitch. Search WGR 550. You can find us there, or on our social accounts. We have the link. Sal Capaccio joins now on the West Her hotline. Morning, Sal.
Good morning. Somebody asked me. Now, I'm not on the video with you right now. Maybe, maybe incorporate that at some point when I'm on these segments. But somebody asked me if that means I have to do my hair. I have a bald joke, of course. And I said, actually, that is the benefit of being bald. Right? Like, you get up in the morning. I don't have to deal with that like a lot of people do, right? I mean, no, I just pop on the camera. I'm good.
Right. Yeah, which is sometimes why I will wear a hat in the morning, just because, I just don't want to spend, 5 minutes making sure that my hair's getting a little longer. So you can't just roll out of bed and do nothing with it. Maybe I should get it short because of that. But, yeah, that makes sense. You're not really a hat guy either.
I am not much of a hat guy. Even in the summer, my wife tells me all the time, you got to put a hat on, right? I get it. Skin and sun and all that. I don't love it. It's just because I am bald. Hats don't look great on me. I can't find the perfect fit for me. It's kind of weird. Plus, they feel a little weird sometimes. I have no hair, so yeah.
What about, have you thought about, a hat that isn't a baseball cap? I don't know how wild you want to go with that, but, Bulldog's got a couple of those, right? I don't even know I don't even know how to describe them. What would I call it?
It's like a cap.
A fedora? No, not a fedora.
That too, but the one in my mind is someone I would expect when walking the streets of Dublin to be wearing.
Yes. There's a name for that, and I can't. Somebody will tweet us for sure about it.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that one would be a good look. So you can experiment.
It could. That's what you find in the old you'll find in a Rocky movie or something. I'll be looking like I'm walking. All I need is the leather jacket to walk around, and everybody well, I don't want to mess with that guy. I guess you know what I mean. I'm old and look old and tough, even though I'm really not.
Yeah, Sal Capaccio Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Before we get to the Bills, Sal, I was looking through these two quarterbacks for Sunday, Mahomes and Allen, and how good their playoff numbers are all time. Yeah. Allen's got like the best touchdown to interception ratio. He's the best runner by touchdowns and yardage. By passer rating, Allen is 8th all time. And Mahomes, I was a little surprised as he isn't number 1. He's 4th. And the 3 guys, I'm not even asking you to guess because I don't think you would ever get the 3 guys that are above Mahomes in passer rating. Like, it's a very odd top 3. And what's the minimum here? 5 starts? I think it's 5 starts is the minimum.
5 playoff game starts, passer rating?
5 playoff game starts and passer rating. Yeah. And, like, the hint would be I don't think anyone would, like, these wouldn't be the tip of your tongue Hall of Fame, Super Bowl winners. Although one of them is
okay, so I was going to guess maybe Joe Flacco because of that run he went on. I didn't know.
No on Flacco because he's got a lot of other playoff games, I think, where that would kind of drop it.
And then Kurt Warner went on a couple little runs there.
That's a good guess. He's 6th. He's one of the guys that's up there. No, the 3 names.
Mark Sanchez?
No, Mark Sanchez. The 3 all-time leaders in passer rating in the postseason. Number 1 is Tony Eason.
Okay.
Patriots in the 80s.
By the way, 1985, Tony Eason, 1985 Patriots, they go and get crushed by the Bears, but they had a nice couple of games to get there, Yep.
Number 2 is Jeff Hostetler, of course.
Okay, obviously plays the Bills, starts in Super Bowl 25, right?
Yep.
But they had to beat the Niners to get there, and I think the Bears the week before that.
Yep, he had 7 touchdowns, 0 picks, and 5 starts, so not like a ton of volume. And then number 3 is Baker Mayfield.
Wow.
That was the really surprising one to me.
Certainly wouldn't have ever landed on that.
Right? 105.9, right. Mahomes is 105.6. I would have never thought that Mayfield, because Mayfield, I guess, though, when you think of, like, this is passer rating, and, like, he just had a playoff flubbing, but what was it? He fumbled, right? Like, you had a bad fumble. That doesn't show up on your passer rating. So that would be a reason why. But Allen and Mahomes are both, like, up there. And they've obviously started a lot more games than the 3 guys we just mentioned. Let's kick off today's Sal with the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. So the Bills at practice yesterday. Let's go through the injuries, and would you call it a good day for the injuries? You wouldn't say it's a perfect day, but I guess it's also not as severe as maybe you could have been fearing.
I'll call it a positive day. I'll call it a trending up day. Yes. Oh, by the way, thank you very much, Gavin, for said Tasker wears that, what you're talking about in the chili videos. That's exactly what we're talking about.
That's the hat
now, see,
I'm
Tasker
thinking about.
looks tough, right? That's what I mean. Like, he is a tough dude, and he's even tougher when he's got that hat on and a cigar in his hand, right? No doubt about it. Okay. Yes, I would say that it was a positive day. It wasn't a perfect day. I like the way you described that. And the reason why I say it's positive, I think a lot of people, we already knew Christian Benford would be in concussion protocol. The question is, would he miss practice on Wednesday? Would he be limited? He was limited. That's an encouraging sign. Last week, Ray Davis was limited on Wednesday. Eventually, he played on Sunday. We also knew that, who is the other one? Taylor Rapp, had a hip injury, but that is obviously not good news. He did not practice yesterday, but still, McDermott on Wednesday called him day to day. Today would be the big day for Taylor Rapp. If he doesn't practice today, I mean, he doesn't. You could go the whole week and not practice and play, but I would think it's really trending towards that not happening if he doesn't practice today. So there's the negative. But I think the other real positive here is there was such a mystery about Matt Milano and what was going on. We finally had some clarification. He has a hamstring injury, but let me rephrase that. See, I did it again. McDermott even said he wouldn't necessarily call it an injury, hamstring soreness. He did practice yesterday in a limited fashion. Now, when I say he practiced, whether it's him or Benford, it's actually word salad here because the injury report is based on if it were a full practice, what they actually would have done. They had a walkthrough yesterday. So it's not like he was limited in the walkthrough. It's, hey, if we did everything in full, they would have been limited. Also, Deion Dawkins did not practice yesterday due to an illness, so hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're like, really, they could have done everything that everybody else did at the walkthrough, but still been labeled limited, right?
Correct, because you're basing it off, what if we had a full practice, a normal practice, what would they have done?
Gotcha. For Rapsal not practicing, and if he left early and did not return in that Denver game, if he doesn't play, how impactful do you think that is? Because I think he's been the better of the two safeties on the year, but at the same time, I don't know if you would agree with this. I feel like Bishop has been pretty good. I feel, at least in the second half of the season.
Yeah, the Baltimore game, by the way. You said Denver. But
Baltimore,
yeah,
thank
right.
you.
Yeah. No, last week. So, yeah, I agree that Bishop has been better. There's no doubt. I don't think anybody would argue that. I would be concerned, though, and here's why. The Chiefs have been incorporating Xavier Worthy a little bit more in their offense, as you know. They have Hollywood Brown, and the Bills have gotten beat on a couple of deep balls over to the tail end of the season, including last week. Rashad Bateman over the top. You saw that even though Rapp was out there, Hamlin went over his head. Remember the first play against the Denver Broncos, first drive, against the Denver Broncos. I just think that the Chiefs would probably at least try to target. Doesn't mean it's going to work. Maybe Bishop makes a great play, or Hamlin, or they misconnect. I would think, though, that would be an area. If Patrick Mahomes sees a rookie in Cole Bishop and Damar Hamlin deep at safety and no Taylor Rapp, I think that they're probably dialing up a couple deep shots and saying, we're going to go after him and test him. And all it takes is, one of those balls to get over your head, and the game can change. So, yes, I think it's a big loss for the Bills. It does not mean I don't have confidence that Cole Bishop and what I've seen. This game actually might even be, a good game for a guy like Cole Bishop the Chiefs don't do a lot of that. Yeah, they might try one or two. They do a lot of intermediate stuff. Cole Bishop can play in that zone. He can play in that area. He can come up and support the run, right? So that's fine. I have no quarrels about Cole Bishop playing. I just think that if you're the Chiefs and Taylor Rapp's not out there, you're probably taking a couple deep shots.
Yeah, and I had seen a breakdown of that play, Sal, the Bateman one, that Hamlin, I think maybe that's even the first play, or it's one of the first plays that Bishop's on the field for, and Bishop takes the wrong man in the zone coverage, and Hamlin makes a mistake here too. Hamlin goes to almost looks like he goes to cover up for Bishop's guy, and by doing that, he vacates the bigger play. He vacates the more dangerous player there, which is where Bateman is headed. So maybe a little bit on both of them in a communication mix-up, and that's something that you saw early in the year, when the Nico Collins play between Bishop and Douglas. So Rapp obviously would be big to have out there. The whole defense, Sal, like the challenge that Kansas City is, do you feel like that even if Rapp were to miss, but if they have the other two, we'll see how it goes, that they've got the personnel to match up with Kansas City? Kansas City has not been, they've not been prolific. They've not scored 30 points on the season. I don't want to not be worried at all, of course, but I feel like if they're only missing like one guy, maybe even two guys, I would still be confident the Bills are not just going to let the Chiefs move the ball at will all day.
Yeah, and I think part of that, excuse me, Joe, sorry. So part of that is this is a totally different offense than what you faced last week, right? Which is this team does not run the ball like the Baltimore Ravens do. So you don't have to maybe commit as many resources to the line of scrimmage. So I think that can give you confidence in what you're talking about, Joe, which is, yes, they have maybe some capabilities and maybe they would attack, but the Bills, generally are good at preventing that. And it's not like the Chiefs have really, it's been in their game. Part of the reason it's not been in their game is there's two reasons, I think. Number one, they really haven't run the ball exceptionally this year. There's been times they have. Joe, I went back and looked, actually. I think it's been since November, the Chiefs have had one running back with over 60 yards in a game.
Ooh.
Does that surprise you?
I guess it doesn't. It doesn't. It does in that when you think of their running backs, like whenever I watch them, Sal, neither of them, Pacheco more so since he came back from injury, Pacheco since the injury, and Hunt being at his age, they just don't look impressive when they have the ball. There's no speed, there's no pop. But I guess the reason I would be a little surprised is they also kind of feel like, similar to the Bills and maybe similar to the Eagles, three of these four teams that are left are teams that come out to look to establish the run and not turn the ball over. And in that way, I guess I am surprised that nobody has been to 60.
Yeah, so if you go look at their game logs for all of their running backs, I have it in front of me. Kareem Hunt had 68 yards against Carolina in November.
Okay.
The week before that, he had 60 against the Bills. Other than those two games, and then also Carolina, Pacheco had 60, their high watermark for any game, 55, 45, 33. That's it for 55 here, another one. They can do it by committee. I get it, right? But it's not the same as the Ravens. This is the point where you were talking about taking the deep shots. Number one is, I don't know if you have to commit as many resources. You still want to do it. They're still going to try and establish the run. They're still going to try and control the line of scrimmage. They're going to try and play mistake-free football, which they've been playing, obviously, and Mahomes hasn't been giving it to you. Number two is, I think part of the reason they haven't had this super explosive offense downfield is I don't know if their offensive line can necessarily hold up long enough unless Patrick Mahomes is buying some time back there, because they've been the group that people have kind of focused on and said that's what's kind of held their offense back a little bit this year.
Yeah, and on that, Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline, the Chiefs and, yesterday, Sal, Amari Cooper speaks to the media. He had a really good quote about, not getting targets. That's a question that is being asked of almost all of these teams. It's not really being asked in Washington right now, but in Philadelphia yesterday, A.J. Brown got the same question. And in Kansas City, Marquise Brown and DeAndre Hopkins, neither of which had a catch last week, also got the same question. They all kind of had the same answer. I heard all of them. I actually think Cooper maybe went the most in depth. I think his answer was the best. But all four of those guys, Cooper, A.J. Brown, Marquise Brown, Hopkins, kind of all gave the same answer, Sal, which was, especially when you're at this point in the season, if your team is winning, nobody cares. And right. I think all of three of those teams kind of have a similar vibe going, in which they just don't. They can win games without funneling the ball to their quote-unquote most talented receiver. And I think the Bills, Eagles, and Chiefs all being here is kind of, it's representative of what this season has kind of been in the NFL.
I mean, I guess you could even throw the Commanders in there a little bit. I mean, Terry McLaurin is great, right? But I mean, they do use everybody, don't they? I mean, they
spread it around more than you would think they do, yeah.
Right? Yeah, you're right about that. I think it's a good point, especially with the Bills and the Chiefs, with what we've seen with Josh Allen, and they've had the Tyreek Hill in the past, obviously. Now, Kelsey is somebody who can truly be still a number one target. Those games, though, can be feast or famine. Now, lately, though, it's been feast for Travis Kelce, and I think that is still old reliable for Patrick Mahomes, no doubt. Hollywood Brown's answer was that, but also was interesting where he said, I felt like I had a good game. I ran good routes. The ball will come. I felt like I put a lot of good stuff on film. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, what does on film mean? I don't want to read too much into it. Is he just thinking okay, well, I'm going to be a free agent next year, so I want stuff on film? You know what I mean? Maybe I'm thinking,
that is a little weird. Yeah.
Right? That's what he said. It was kind of interesting. That was from Pro Football Talk. That's where I read that, just where I got that quote from. So it was really interesting. But you're right. I think for the Bills, we all know that the everybody eats mentality, and they're going to have to lean into that again this week because, from their side of things, you just never know who's going to be the guy. And Amari Cooper wasn't involved. Keon Coleman wasn't involved. I was dead wrong. I thought that the perimeter was where the Bills would attack last week. They did not attack the perimeter that much last week, especially with their wide receivers. Maybe this is a week now. McDuffie, we'll see we'll see how the Chiefs employ their secondary and their DBs. And Steve Spagnuolo is going to have some wrinkles as well as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah. Do you wonder about how much last week was so much on how the Bills defense will treat the Ravens offense? I'm wondering a little bit this week, Sal, about how the Chiefs will defend the Bills. Do you expect the Chiefs to come out, to sell out, to stop the run, almost maybe not as extreme, but in a similar way that the Bills had that plan against the Ravens?
I don't know. Sell out, because with Josh, I don't know if you can do that. I do think that will be a focus of theirs, yes. And part of the reason, Joe, is, and I brought this up earlier this week, actually, you are very much into DVOA and EPA and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm wondering if you could, I was actually thinking about asking somebody this, so you're a great person to ask. Is it possible to go get their EPA or DVOA since the Cleveland game on December 15th against the run on defense? Because their raw numbers are not good. Yeah. They have not been stopping the run, on defense. I could
try to find that,
since that. But anyway, that would be week 18, 17, 16, week 15 on. Week 15 on, including the postseason. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm looking at their raw numbers against the run, Joe, and they have been leaky against the run. And I don't know if it could very well be. Here, they gave up 6.6 that day, 4.9 the following week against Houston, 6.5 against Pittsburgh. And Houston does not have a great offensive line. Then another 5.5 against Houston last week in a playoff game. I would normally think, okay, well, maybe they're disinterested as much, like they had the number 1 seed kind of wrapped up. They're just they're not doing a lot of things they normally would do. I could understand that. But then they get to the playoffs, and Houston also ran pretty well on them. I will say Joe Mixon did a lot of that on his own. He broke tackles, too.
Yep.
Not that every run was there. But I look at that and I go, man, like they have not been what they were early in the year against the run.
Here you go. I got it for you already. You want the Cleveland game included, or you want since then?
Yes. No, I want Cleveland game included because that's when it started. They gave up 139 yards rushing in that game on only 21 carries.
Rush EPA in the NFL since week 15. This includes the playoffs. And by the way, if you want it, the Bills are the 4th best rush defense in that time period, which is interesting. The Chiefs are 21st.
Yeah.
21st in rush EPA. On defense.
Yeah,
on defense.
And I think that and if you think about that and you try to wash that with the raw numbers for the Chiefs, let's do it this way. I'll say this. The Chiefs against the run this year, overall, they're 7th in the league in yards per play against, which is really good. But again, I think a lot of that was early in the year where it's not as much anymore.
Right. They also, by the way, no, actually, never mind. They've been good. They've been good against the pass in these same metrics. They're the 7th best pass defense in that time, which would actually kind of point in the opposite of what I just asked you about. Like, will they sell out to stop the run? Unless they feel like they have to, because right now, in the last month or so, they're not stopping the run and they are stopping the pass. Maybe they'd have more confidence that they could kind of leave their corners out there on an island and do a better job. I don't know.
I think the Bills are going to see quite a bit of man-to-man this week. I think they're going to see. I think the Chiefs are going to challenge the Bills to throw to those receivers and get separation. Also because they're at home, so when Josh needs to check to something, it's a little tougher. You know what I mean? He sees something, if he sees a cover 0, cover 1, whatever, and wants to check to something, they'll disguise a little bit. Maybe they'll go man-to-man. I think it makes a little bit tougher when you're on the road, obviously, for that communication piece. I think you'll see quite a bit of man-to-man, maybe not always across the board. And if you remember the last time these two teams played, the Bills just could not run the ball. I mean, outside of Josh Allen, they ran for like 2 yards a carry. That was it. The Bills are a better running team since then, but the Chiefs did a really good job against the run in that game. Now, part of that was Spencer Brown did not play. All kudos to Ryan Vandermark. He played a really nice game. You know what I mean? But when you have Spencer Brown, obviously I do think it changes your game plan a little bit and what you can do and maybe opens up a little bit more of your playbook. So I do think that would help. But the Chiefs did a really good job against the Bills on the ground last game. The Bills, as you pointed out earlier this week, they had to convert a lot of 3rd and longs in that game.
Yep.
Like you got to stay out of 3rd and long in this game. I don't know what the sustainability of that would be.
I'm enjoying Spencer Brown highlights on Twitter more than any offensive lineman in history. Like, he's just ragdolling people. Right? Vandermark played well, but Brown's got I don't know that he's lost a rep still. Maybe he lost 1 against the Ravens or 2, but he didn't against Denver. He's playing unbelievable right now.
And by the way, so I think next to him, Osiris Torrance is playing well.
Yeah.
Osiris Torrance, the talk last year was about he never missed a snap. And this rookie to not miss a snap. I think he's just, a lot of times you get a dip in play. I think early in the season we're like, but he's been consistent all year long.
Last thing for you, Sal, the coach cycle in the NFL. 1, if you've got a thought on Aaron Glenn in the Jets in the division. And then 2, every day that's passing here, or maybe it's more so what happened yesterday than anything. Suddenly, Joe Brady, this report about the Saints wanting a second interview, not that he's committed to it, but that they want it for him. Cohen taking himself out of the Jaguars job, but now we don't really know where that stands because they fired the GM. A couple days ago, I was feeling pretty secure. I don't think this cycle Brady's getting it, the way everything is tracking. And now, I don't know. Do you agree? I feel like the wind's starting to maybe blow the other way, where there's maybe a chance again that he will.
Oh, I do. There's still a finite number of jobs here. I think Kellen Moore is still in the mix there as well. You have a few openings. We'll see. Yes, to answer your question, I think that Joe Brady's become a little bit more of a candidate. Now, if the Bills were to not advance and lose on Sunday, he probably becomes even a more hotter, heavier candidate, I guess, because teams can say we're going to move now. If the Bills win and he's coaching for 2 more weeks, they could still do that, but that might force teams to say, look, we're just not going to wait and we're going to move on to somebody else. That being said, I think with everything that's transpired, yes, Joe Brady, I think, has become a little bit more of a possibility in these places. So, we'll see. And obviously good for Joe Brady, but, he's done a really good job in Buffalo, and, you don't want to see him leave, but at the same time, it'd be a great opportunity for him. As far as Aaron Glenn, I'm going to say the same thing I've said with every Jets coach pretty probably over the last whatever years, which is, can he get out of the way of the organization, right? I mean, that, I think, can the organization get out of his way, I should say, because I like Aaron Glenn. I think Aaron Glenn has a really good pedigree. What I like about him, he's been a scout. He's been in the front office. He's been a coach. He's been a player. He's kind of done it all in this league. He's going back to where he played. He made a really good name for himself as a player with the Jets. And I think there's a lot of respect there, right? There's a lot of respect. And I think the Jets need some respect. But at the same time, it doesn't matter how good of a coach he is. Can he overcome what's happening in their organization? And I'm just not sure that that's the case.
Yeah. 2 years in a row, by the way, where defensive coordinators given up 40-plus points in a playoff game and then been hired as a head coach. Remember Dan Quinn last year.
Dan Quinn. Yeah, and hey, it worked out pretty well, though, I guess, for the Washington Commanders. By the way, Scully Cap. That's what I'm being told on Twitter.
Scully Cap.
There you go.
Think you could do it?
I thought Scully Cap was more of the, like a spandex type of thing that you wear, like one of those gaiters or whatever.
Okay.
That was it. No, I mean, I don't know.
I think you could pull it off. I think
I could pull it off, too.
I could see you strutting down in New Orleans, getting ready for a Bills Commanders Super Bowl. Yeah.
I wear knit caps. Max plays hockey now. I go to these ice rinks, so I got to keep my head a little, warmer. So I wear these knit caps. I like those. So I have a bunch of them. I got a bunch for Christmas. So I have the different colors I wear in that. So I do like those. Yeah. So maybe the Scully cap is in the cards at some point.
Sal Capaccio in the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, man.
We got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up a little bit later on this morning. Bills will have practice again, media availability, and the rest of it. Get another injury report later today. 803-0550 is the phone number if you want to get in on the conversation. DJ, if you stay on hold, we'll get to you right when we come back. We got open phone lines for you as well on Bills and Chiefs. We got into a little bit of the X's and O's there if you want to get in on that. And I'm thinking more about how the Chiefs will defend the Bills. I'm really wondering if they will, approach the Bills the way the Bills approach the Ravens, which is let's not let James Cook get going. We are going to make, not even, like with the Ravens, to me, it would have been more of the Bills saying, okay, go ahead, Lamar. We bet you're going to make mistakes. I'm not sure the Chiefs would be saying that about Allen. I'm thinking the Chiefs might be daring Bills receivers to get open more than anything. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship, 6:30 on Sunday. First practice of the week for the Bills yesterday, and the first injury report. But Barnes from injury report, injured. For help, call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford was limited at practice with his concussion, as was Matt Milano with his hamstring soreness. Sean McDermott would not call it a hamstring injury. He called it soreness. And there were two Bills not on the field. Deion Dawkins was not injury-related. He was sick. That's why he wasn't there. And then the Bills also were without Taylor Rapp, who's dealing with a hip and back injury going into the game. For the Chiefs, nobody. Everybody was a full participant, so nobody showing up on their injury report as not practicing or even limited. To the coaching circuit in the NFL, Aaron Glenn is the new coach of the New York Jets. The former Lions defensive coordinator. Detroit loses both their coordinators in the same cycle. Joe Brady getting some interest from the Saints. Ian Rappaport reports that the Saints would like Brady to have a second interview in person with the team next week. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop against the Calgary Flames. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. Catch Sal Capaccio. He takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his all-access Facebook Live from Kansas City on WGR's Facebook page. Presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the fine life with Corona Extra for the fans who never lose. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
It's like a division game. I feel like we've played them just as much as we've played the guys in our division. And, with that comes familiarity. New wrinkles here and there throughout the game, but they know who we are, we know who they are, and it literally just comes down to who executes well on Sunday. We can put all these plays in and expect one thing, and they can throw a wrinkle and do something completely different, and vice versa. So again, just trust your rules, trust the guys on the field, and just play football.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen loved his quote about thinking about pitching the ball to James Cook and how he's got the good guy on one shoulder and the bad guy on the other shoulder. The good guy's had a stronger year. Listen, sometimes the bad guy, it's fun, right? Like, the little Josh Allen devil on one shoulder is probably the one that told him to go run behind Amari Cooper and look for the lateral, all right? That devil probably also told him, hey, throw a jump ball to Ty Johnson, which ended up being caught by Keon Coleman against the Jets. So
the question is, which one has the better football IQ?
Probably the good guy, but the bad guy's more fun. You just don't want to see him all the time, which is it. Allen, by the way, it's Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. We'll roll through some calls in a moment here. But while we're on Allen and the turnover stuff, his turnover-worthy play percentage, it's been I pointed out this year that it wasn't that far off where he was last year when he threw 18 interceptions, and a lot of that came down to luck, like guys dropping interceptions. Last year, every time it was near a defender, the defender seemed to make the catch. That was true, turnover-worthy play percentage, at a time this year. But it dropped. And it dropped a lot. And here's why. Josh Allen, on the season, this includes the playoffs, had 15 turnover-worthy plays. 13 of them were before week 10. Weeks 11 through the divisional round of the playoffs. So what is that? That is 9 games. In his last 9 games, he has 2 turnover-worthy plays. In his first 10 games, he had 13. He's been better at this as the season has progressed. And some of those games are not like Baltimore where he's not throwing the ball. down the field, and they're just handing the ball off. Like, 2 of the games in there where he didn't have a turnover-worthy play at all was the L.A. game and then the Detroit game. And those games, he was slinging the ball around the yard. So, Allen, the turnover-worthy play stuff is crazy good since Week 11. That was the Chief game, by the way. That line, that starting point on this was the Chief game. Since the Chief game, when he had 0, he's had 2 turnover-worthy plays. They were, by the way, both in the New England game. All these other games, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0, just he is not putting the ball in harm's way at all. 803-0550, let's go to DJ in Virginia. What's up, DJ?
Hey, guys. So I would just like to welcome Jeremy to the right side of history with your guys' Let's Get Stupid yesterday. I'm here to tell you that it's no longer Let's Get Stupid. I called a couple of weeks ago with it. It is now a big brain idea. We all have to bet the Chiefs to win this game. This is how we win. I feel like Adam Sandler at the end of Uncut Gems, this is how we win. Everybody take that money you're going to donate, in $17 in Josh's name. Take that money, bet it all on the Chiefs. Bet $1,700, bet your house if you can. Put all the money we can on the Chiefs so that way the Bills, 1, are underdogs, and 2, it makes the line somehow the refs will not call penalties on the Bills. It's a big brain idea. I feel like a crazy person, but this is going to work for us, guys. Jeremy, welcome to the right side of history.
All right. Thanks, DJ, for the call. I think it's largely nonsense, but all right. We want to. The idea here, by the way, from Let's Get Stupid yesterday was we are going to bet. Everyone's going to bet on the Chiefs. That's the starting point here. Bills fans, we're all going to bet on the Chiefs so that the Bills stay an underdog, and then they can be the underdog. Because we want them to be the underdog, is the logic. By the way, that was all predicated on the idea that the money was coming in on the Bills, and the line would move to the Bills' favor by Sunday. And that has not really happened as much in the last 24 hours. Like, it looked like we were on our way to that early in the week, but it's cooled down a bit. So I don't know that the line's going to move much. I think it's going to hang around 1.5 for the Chiefs by the time we get to Sunday. Like, on Monday, I would have told you, my prediction would have been by Sunday, the Bills are favored. Right now, I'd probably tell you they're not. So I think you're going to get your wish anyway. Or maybe that's because in the last 24 hours, everyone heard our Let's Get Stupid and they started betting the Chiefs. Honestly. I don't know. The underdog mentality, if it's what gets you going extra for these games, have at it. I just personally don't need it. I don't need them to be the underdogs. I want them to be the favorites. The Chiefs are the favorites, perennially the favorites, for 5 years. Right? Like, Kelsey can get up on stage and claim that they're doubted, but they're not doubted. They're the Chiefs. Most don't. So, that looks like fun. Are they having less fun of a time because they've been an underdog like 3 times in 5 years? They've been an underdog to the Bills a couple times. That's like it. Do we think they're not enjoying themselves because they're never the underdogs? Do we think that the Chiefs are not properly motivated because they're always the favorite? If the Bills win the Super Bowl this year, you want to get real, let's get stupid. If the Bills win the next 2 Super Bowls, do we think they're not going to win the next one because everybody now believes in them? But again, I don't want to rain anybody's parade. If you like being the underdog, then have at it. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Chiefs Sunday at 6:30. Get some coach stuff. When we come back, I got a thought on Aaron Glenn going to the Jets when we return. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Jeremy and Joe back here on a Thursday. 3 days out? 3 days. 3 days out from the Bills and the Chiefs. I'm not yet as anxious for this game as I was for Bills-Ravens. I think I have found as the week has progressed why that probably is. I'm more confident about the Bills at this point in the week than I was last Thursday. I think it's what the Chiefs have been this year. Aaron Glenn named the head coach of the New York Jets. Congratulations on a defensive coach. I'm sure that he is a good defensive coach and that he was a good candidate and that he would have been a good candidate on a lot of other teams. I will believe it when I see it that any of these types of coaches are going to be a good idea in New York. They keep hiring defensive coaches, right? They've hired Glenn, Saleh, Todd Bowles. You want to go back to Rex? Like, who are the offensive guys with the Jets? It's Adam Gase. Is that the only one? And he's like the worst offensive coach in the league who could have got your hands on. Am I missing one? Is there another Jets coach in the middle there? I think that's it. Was there one between Rex? No, it went Rex to Bowles, didn't it? Rex to Bowles, and then to Gase, and then to Saleh. Yeah. So, not that worried about what the future holds in New York.
Kind of crazy you can name them all in order like that.
I think. Well, I went a little out of order, but I think I'm not missing anybody. The one thing I also looked for, is there any connection between Glenn and Aaron Rodgers? And there's not. They never coexisted as players together. They never were on the same team when Glenn was a coach and Rodgers was a player. So basically, Glenn's never been in Green Bay. And I want to believe that that's good. That's it for Rodgers. They didn't hire a Rodgers guy. And there was an unnamed AFC executive in a report yesterday that said he doesn't think there'll be one team that wants Rodgers next year because of all that comes with it. He's not good enough anymore to warrant what comes with Aaron Rodgers. So I think maybe he retires. Or the Jets just say you can hang out on the roster and be a bridge quarterback, but you got to play nice and you got to be a part of this thing, and you also have to be willing to accept a young guy behind you. Like, maybe that's the best he gets. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get back into the Bills and the Chiefs. If you got a thought, open phone lines. Give us a call. We'll get you in when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Bills Chiefs. Wall-to-wall coverage of the AFC Championship game. Sunday from 10 a.m. till kickoff at 6:30 on the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR on the Odyssey app. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills and Chiefs, on Sunday in the AFC Championship, 6:30 kickoff at Arrowhead Stadium. First injury report of the week for the Bills had Christian Benford as a limited participant in practice. He's working through concussion protocol. Matt Milano also limited. And Sean McDermott wouldn't call it an injury for Milano, said it's a hamstring soreness situation with Milano. Two players that did not practice, Taylor Rapp, who's got a back and a hip injury, and then Deion Dawkins. Dawkins, though, wasn't injury-related. He is dealing with an illness at the moment. So those will be the players to keep an eye on. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. For the Kansas City side of things, nobody was limited or not practicing for the Chiefs. Everybody was a full participant. Mahomes was listed on the report. Ankle injury, but again, full participant. To Joe Brady and whether or not he could leave Buffalo this offseason for a coach job, Ian Rappaport reports the Saints want to have a second interview in person with Joe Brady. He's done one virtual interview, but the Saints want one in person. That would be next week if it were to happen and if Brady is even interested. So we'll see. And then Kellen Moore, the Eagles offensive coordinator, also getting a second interview with New Orleans. So those seem to be two of the more serious candidates right now for the Saints. The Jaguars fire their general manager, Trent Baalke. They had seemingly a lot of trouble trying to attract a head coach candidate, so they move on from the GM. Aaron Glenn, the new head coach of the New York Jets. Another vacancy off the board, and the Lions have now lost both their coordinators, Ben Johnson on offense and now Aaron Glenn on defense. Sabres are in action tonight. It's a 9 o'clock puck drop in Calgary. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
Yeah, I think when you look at the great rivalries of the NFL, it comes with this. It comes with playing at each other every year in the regular season. It comes with playing in the playoffs. And you have to combat. You have to look at your weaknesses and try to make those strengths. And then your strengths make them even better because you know that they're going to go out there and try to take away those things. And so it's a great football team. Like I said, great players, well coached. And we know it's going to take our best in order to find a way to get a win.
That is Patrick Mahomes. He's got the distinct voice. Maybe you knew that. The NFL's MVP finalists have been released. 5 MVP finalists. NFL honors, which is between Championship Sunday coming up this week and then the Super Bowl. And the finalists are Lamar Jackson, in no particular order. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Saquon Barkley, and Josh Allen. Don't worry, you don't have to go nuts this afternoon about it. He's an MVP finalist, as everybody would have expected. So, no Mahomes though. How crazy is that? Mahomes, I mean, it's really the season they had. Patrick Mahomes, you just heard from there, had a 15-1 season. Didn't play the last game. It was all Wentz. So he goes 15-1. The 1 seed. He's Patrick Mahomes. So he's like a former MVP. And he's not even a finalist. I mean, it really speaks to the year they had on offense. Other finalists for awards. Coach of the Year finalists have been named. No Sean McDermott. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and Andy Reid. I think Campbell is the favorite. I actually don't know. But those are the 5 for Coach of the Year. And then there's 5 candidates for Assistant Coach of the Year. And Joe Brady is a finalist for that. Joe Brady, Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator right now in Philly, Brian Flores, the DC in Minnesota, Aaron Glenn, and Ben Johnson. So 2 guys that have already got head coach jobs. Fangio, who's been a head coach, Flores, who's been a head coach, and then Joe Brady, who we'll see. We'll see if he ends up landing in New Orleans. My hope is that he will bypass the connection to Louisiana. He worked for the Saints as his first job. He worked at LSU. It's where he made a name for himself in college as the play caller there. He will bypass all of that because the job stinks. The team stinks. The cap situation stinks. The quarterback stinks, and you're tied to him. Derek Carr, it's just not a good job at all. So my hope would be that he bypasses any connection he has to the area in the name of, I got nothing to work with if I go there. Nothing to work with. And hopefully the same thing would be true of the Jaguar job. The Jaguar job, I guess, is better now that the GM is gone. I mean, that clearly was inhibiting them from getting a good candidate. Right? That's why they moved on. They've been told no by 2 different Buccaneers offensive coordinators in 3 years. So they had to move on from the GM. 803-0550 is the phone number.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back.
Want to guess what Peyton Manning's playoff, before we get to our guess here, what Peyton Manning's playoff career against Tom Brady was? What his record was?
I think he was 500.
3-2.
Yeah.
He had a winning record against Brady in the playoffs.
Right, yeah. Like the story we remember is not quite the same, right? I mean,
he lost in 04, he lost in 05 to Brady, and then they met 3 other times after that, and he won all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So
not bad.
Yeah, turned the narrative. He turned the narrative around.
He is a quarterback that a lot of, I feel like fans of Allen will watch and look for the career arc, and a lot of others, like if you're Justin Herbert, loses his first 3 playoff games and blah, blah, blah. Manning had a really brutal start to his playoff career, including a 41-0 loss in the playoffs.
41-0?
Was it 40-0? It was against the Jets.
I was looking. He had a 20-3 loss against the Patriots. Like one of those. Maybe this is the one where the narrative really kicked off. Is he scored 3 points in a playoff game against New England?
No, the year before. 2002.
41-0.
41-0 against the Jets. 14 of 31, 137, 2 interceptions.
Wow.
14 of 31, blown out in his 3rd career playoff game.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Okay, I guess there were a few of them then. 803-0550 is the phone number to the Wester hotline. Kendall Gammon. We're going to talk some Chiefs here ahead of the AFC Championship on Sunday. Kendall's Jeremy Joe. Morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing, guys?
We're good. We're counting down the days, the hours to this huge matchup. And what are they doing in Kansas City? 7 in a row and 6 now at home. It's just like a Thursday, right?
Kind of. There's no doubt about it. But I will say this: there's a big emphasis by a lot of people to not take this for granted, to understand how special this is, and having played in the NFL 15 years myself, I definitely get it for sure.
Let me ask you this, Kendall. We kind of threw this around as an idea. Who did Chiefs fans want to win that game between the Ravens and the Bills?
It's kind of split. A lot of people felt like Baltimore was the team that was built to beat the Chiefs more than the Bills. I personally don't think that. I think you guys are obviously the toughest choice in my opinion. But I think either way, they were really just, what was talked about a lot was the fact that thankfully we got the number 1 seed, so we didn't have to play both of you.
Yeah. And how about like the way that this season has gone? Because it feels like the Texans' playoff game might have mirrored the Chiefs' season quite a bit, which is, it was a little bit closer than people may have thought. I'm not referencing the spread, but that game kind of until the end, the Texans were in that game a lot more than I thought they would be, and I feel like the Chiefs had that happen a lot this season.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The number, they've got the record for the most consecutive single-digit scores or wins, by one score or less. And that's how the whole season was. This is where certainly Chiefs Kingdom is a little bit spoiled, is they got pretty frustrated even when we only had one loss and everything else going fine. Now, when we get to the playoffs, I don't have as big an issue with how we played and what's going on because, quite honestly, we've got a left tackle problem. We still do. You guys obviously know that, and we'll try to exploit it and probably will at times. But I think the big thing is just understanding that you get into the playoffs, you're just trying to win. I mean, to think that you're going to beat teams by double digits and run away handily in the playoffs just isn't the way it works.
Kendall Gamma with us, former Chiefs long snapper, Chiefs radio analyst. Do you think that Joe Thuney out to the left tackle spot is hurt? Like, how is he playing with it, or is more the impact that now he's vacated the inside and now that's where they might show a weakness?
It's a little bit of both because by him going to the left tackle spot, it weakens the left guard spot a little bit, and so the interior run game and the solid three that are Pro Bowl players and all pro players isn't intact. But I think in general, the left tackle spot, you couldn't have less really of a left tackle body than what he has, and I'm not giving him credit because obviously he's an all pro at guard. But he's doing an okay job, and that's just what they're trying to get out of the left tackle spot. It's a sore spot for the Chiefs right now. We just don't have it, and I think when it comes down to it, the last couple of games that he played, that kind of stabilized the position a little bit to a degree, and I think it's who Patrick Mahomes and Coach Reed trust the most there. That being said, I mean, has he given up some sacks? I believe so, and if not, he's given up pressures, and you'll see him get overpowered at times. So. Kudos to him, though, for just stepping out there and doing it. In college he played tackle and then instantly moved to guard because, again, he doesn't have that tackle body or that prototype tackle body, like kind of you guys, an offensive line and a fabulous one at that for the Bills. But it's the best they can come up with right now, and it's definitely the issue. That's the weak link of the Chiefs. There's no doubt about it.
Has the offense been a work in progress pretty much throughout the year? I mean, I feel like the Bills and the Chiefs had some mirroring parts where they were searching for help at wide receiver. Both ultimately did trade for one. Both drafted one, trying to find weapons for their quarterback. So how has this offense come through from the start of the year to where they are now?
Well, yeah, no doubt about it, because in the offseason they signed Hollywood Brown, and they were excited about that. Then he plays one play, and he's done for the year. He gets back. And, of course, they then go sign Juju Smith-Schuster, and he gets hurt also, and that's when they go get DeAndre Hopkins. And really, the receiver room for the Chiefs is stronger than it would have been had they not had the injuries, because they've got the guys back for the most part, with the exception of, I forgot his name, but our first-round pick last year escapes me. But anyhow, when it comes down to it, I think they're still getting started on what they can do with the receivers they have. They haven't been that healthy together for that long. And, obviously last week was an issue when really Kelsey had the bulk of the catches and you didn't see anybody but one wide receiver catch a ball. So hopefully from the Chiefs standpoint, Andy Reid has schemed some things up and got some things going, and we'll be ready to go. And obviously a lot of it and the receivers and what they do on Sunday will have a lot to do with, your all's defensive back situation and health of that going on.
Kendall Gamma with us. How are you, if you even are, taking this in, and Chiefs fans in general, reacting to more talk, I feel like, about the Chiefs and officials this week and last week than I can remember?
It comes with the territory. That is what it is. I get it. There's several calls that if it went the opposite way, I think Chiefs Kingdom would have an issue with as well. But in general, I mean, when you look at the statistics, the Chiefs don't get that much help as compared to other teams at times. And not a lot was said in the last few years about it as well. Then all of a sudden, when this comes up, people lose it. That's what happens when you win. I mean, in Super Bowl 54, the Chiefs' first win in 50 years in the Super Bowl, I mean, they were the darling of the league, and people were really enjoying things. But it's just like anything. I mean, you're successful long enough, you become the villain, and that's really what has happened to the Chiefs. That's what happened to the Patriots. I don't think the Chiefs have it as bad as the Patriots had it in, but I don't know. But either way, it's just what happens in the NFL.
Give them a couple more wins, and they'll get right where the Patriots
They will lose their minds. There's no doubt about it. Right.
And Bills fans might hate both equally, or both pretty intensely, because both stood in the Bills' way. I mean, the Bills, obviously, during the Patriots run, weren't nearly as competitive. How about this Chiefs defense and how it matches up against the Bills' offense? The Bills are going to want to run the ball, establish that big, nasty offensive line, the kind that they have not had before, 6 linemen. How does this Chiefs defense stack up defending the run, and if they commit to stopping it, are they able to do it?
I don't know. That's going to be the big question. That will probably make or break the day for both teams. Getting Charles Omenihu back has helped tremendously. Now it's more on the pass rush. Excuse me. But having one more guy to rotate in there, I think is huge. And I think the defensive rotation with the tackles and the ends at times will be big because otherwise, as you said, your offensive line is a strength, and certainly something to that degree hasn't been there in the past to the degree it is this year. So I think certainly if you guys get running the ball successfully, then that opens up everything else so much, and I think the Chiefs will have a big problem. And the other thing too is they've got to stop they've got to stop that big QB/defensive end you have playing. I mean, Josh Allen is amazing in what he does, and I will say this: the tenor in Kansas City of everything going on is, number one, they respect the Bills. They respect the Bills fans. They like how everything holds themselves. Obviously, we want to win. But when you talked earlier about, fans getting mad and having had enough of stuff, it's funny. When that conversation comes up, Bills Mafia, everything, that doesn't come up. For whatever reason, it's probably just because of the type of team you are, the franchise you are, folks you are, there's just a lot of respect here all around.
That's been pointed out. I think the Chiefs' Twitter account even tweeted out something along the same lines. I don't know, Kendall, if Bills fans are going to like that, though, because they kind of like sparring with Raven fans, Dolphin fans. Like, recently, there's been a lot of that.
I get it. No, that's part of it. That's why the NFL is the most popular spot. There's just so much to it. And each and every year you have a chance, no matter how you did the year before, and just fans is short for fanatics, and the folks that love the NFL are fanatical.
Kendall Gammon with us on the Western Hotline. All right, Kendall, thanks for taking some time out for us, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
All right.
There are 3 Bills actually that are finalists for awards this season.
Okay.
Josh Allen, a finalist for MVP, one of the 5.
Makes sense.
Joe Brady, a finalist for Assistant Coach of the Year. And Damar Hamlin is a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year. Which I guess would just be a make good on last year.
Well, they just said that you have to be coming back from an injury. Who are the other finalists?
The other, let me get that for you real quick. The other finalists for Comeback Player of the Year. Let's see here. Who should they be? Burrow should be one of them, right?
Yeah, I just have trouble remembering who tore up their knee. And, I mean, how about Christian McCaffrey for coming back from one injury 6 times and then getting hurt 7 times, right? Like,
here we go. Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold. That doesn't fit the qualification.
He's not supposed to win it under the new criteria. Although they're not going to force people to vote that way. They only suggest it. Okay,
They said they wouldn't throw out votes for like a Darnold, even if it doesn't fit their criteria. J.K. Dobbins and Christian Gonzalez are the other 2.
Okay.
And then Hamlin.
Interesting.
Kind of all over the place.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like it should be, by the criteria they gave last time, it should be Burrow, right? I mean, he was amazing off of multiple injuries last year. I don't know. The Hamlin thing, I don't know what to do with it.
Like, it was like the most offensive voting of any award I've ever seen in sports, is that he did not win it last year, when 3 years earlier they gave it to Alex Smith, who had been terrible, but because he had just come back from like the worst leg injury we had ever seen. Like, they set the criteria 3 years earlier. Hey, if a dude had such a devastating injury that it became such an incredible story and we didn't care about how much he played. I mean, I think Smith played like 3 games that year. It was a little more than that. 6 starts. He had 6 starts that year, 6 touchdowns, 8 picks. They gave it to him because of the story and because of what he came back from. It had nothing to do with what happened on the field. It was just you made it back to the field. They'd just done it, and then Hamlin did it from his heart stopping on the field, and they didn't give it to him. I still cannot believe they didn't give it to him. They didn't vote for him. So I guess in my mind, I would give it to him just as a make good, but I don't think he fits the criteria.
No, not at all. No, well, whatever. It's Joe, are we really at a spot? Yes, the answer to this, yes, we are, where we are going to take apart the comeback player of the year the way we do the MVP, where it's like, well, what's this actually mean?
What's the meaning of it?
What does it really mean to come back? What is a year? Is it 2024 calendar year? Or is it come on. We're doing that with comeback player of the year. Assistant coach of the year. Oh, finalists. Now, when you say assistant, is it assistant to the coach of the year or the assistant coach of the year? Is this the person that was the best in assisting their coach? Or, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do any of these awards ever again.
I think the only reason I get that way about Hamlin is because the whole league rallied around him like they cared, and then it's like a year went by and they just like forgot that they cared that much. Like that was a year ago. Like it was like the comeback was so long ago. Flacco's was like right on the brain. It was like the biggest, I don't know, just recency bias. Like we didn't remember how that 3-week stretch was, how everyone was wearing the T-shirts, and he was unconscious in the hospital for a couple of days after the fact. Like just all of that we just forgot about. Like that's why that one really got me worked up more than any other time comeback player of the year would.
Yeah. It's also kind of funny as we talk about all this that there are multiple awards. Which NFL MVP do we care about? As a society, we've decided it's the AP one. Because the Pro Football Writers Association just announced their MVP, and it's Lamar. And if Josh had won that one and Lamar won the AP, the general idea would have been that it's the AP one that matters.
Right.
Why? Why are we doing that? I saw Sean McDermott won some coaching committee or some coaching fraternities Coach of the Year award. That doesn't count. We only care about the Associated Press one?
Right, I guess.
Why?
How often does that not line up?
With the MVP? It's not that often. It usually lines up pretty well.
Let's see. In 20... No, yeah, I think it's...
Like, listen,
it's almost always the same.
If you can... Can you still bet Lamar? You maybe should get some bets on.
I don't think you can. I think the lines have been down since the end of the regular season.
All right, because Lamar has now taken first-team All-Pro and the Pro Football Writers Association MVP. He's going to win it, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to win it. Yep, I think he's going to win it.
Okay.
And like I've been saying all along, if Allen wins on Sunday and then next weekend when the NFL honors take place, they announce Lamar as the MVP, no Bills fan is going to care. Or maybe they'll mock it for a day and then they'll go back to focusing on beating the Commanders to win their first Super Bowl.
Commanders. I'm not ready for that.
I keep using the Commanders for that. I want it to be the Commanders.
Can I give you one reason to root against the Commanders?
Sure, but I feel like you're going to have a tough time convincing me.
Okay. It's not a very good reason, but it is a small one. If they win, they have to keep Commanders.
Aren't they going to keep Commanders anyway?
I don't know, man. They were already talking about changing everything from the colors to the everything. All that. It's a brand new owner. They get to do whatever they want, and they were probably going to change it. And if they win the Super Bowl as the Commanders, they probably have to stay the Commanders.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, here it is. The story, I got a news story from May 30th of 24 that the headline is, New Commanders owner sticking with unpopular team nicknamed, quote, for now.
Yes. But there's been plenty of speculation talk that they would change it.
And you think if they win the Super Bowl... What if they make the Super Bowl and lose, though? They don't have to stick with it then, right?
Like, think about when the Sabres were wearing the slug jerseys. Remember that?
Yeah.
they're in the conference finals, and the team announced that if they made the Stanley Cup, they were going to go and wear the blue and gold. They were not.
No, that's when they were wearing black and red, wasn't it?
Okay, maybe 05-06 then?
I think it was 05-06.
Not 06-07. Whenever it was, there was a year where they were going to wear their classic jerseys if they made the Cup final. And here's the Commanders, like, well, you make it this far, that's who you are now.
Can I just tell you how mad 11-year-old me would have been if they took my beloved Goat Heads away the moment they got in the Stanley Cup Finals?
I know. Imagine if they had done that and then lost. And like
my goodness. I mean,
of all the curse, momentum, jinxes of all time.
I mean, it would be like if the Bills decided, okay, they win on Sunday. They beat the Chiefs. And then in the 2 weeks in between, the Bills come out and announce, hey, guys, we're going to introduce a red helmet to wear in the Super Bowl. Like, what? You're doing what now? We're going to wear our 90s throwbacks. Right? Isn't that the equivalent?
Yeah. And if they won, then everybody's happy. But if they lose,
then they would blame you because of the uniforms.
Why'd you change it? Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a Super Bowl that one team blames on a power outage. That's why they lost.
The Niners?
Baltimore and the Niners, yeah. The Niners were in control and the power went out, and then Baltimore's comeback started. So, hey, you blame a lot of things. Yep,
I forgot about that. That they were on a run at least.
That was also, by the way, that was in New Orleans, where the Super Bowl is this year.
Okay, right. Is that the last one in New Orleans?
No, I don't think so. That was too far back ago. They go to New Orleans every 4 years tops.
Is that right?
There would have been the Chiefs would have played in this building. Or when's the last Super Bowl in New Orleans? I mean, it's hard. The logos are all the same now.
I know, it's the worst.
The last Super Bowl in New Orleans would have been...
Here we go. The last Super Bowl in New Orleans was Super Bowl... Hold on. Where are we at here? Maybe that was the last one.
There's no way they...
Ravens-Niners.
12... Is that 12 years ago?
Yeah. They have not been to New Orleans since then.
Since the power outage. Wow.
That's the last Super Bowl there.
Okay.
And then previous to that...
Patriots-Rams was in New Orleans. I know
was
that.
So they went 2002 to...
2012.
2012.
To 2020. So like every 12 years, I feel like it... I guess, yeah, they've built more stadiums. Arizona... So they're more in the rotation now. Houston,
Minneapolis got a Super Bowl in the mix there. New York got a Super Bowl in between, and those two probably won't get another one. Vegas got in.
SoFi exists in Vegas. Okay. All right. Speaking of future venues, golf has announced the 2027 U.S. Open will be at Pebble Beach.
Nice.
Yes.
And the 27 Open Championship I saw announced will be at St. Andrews.
Yeah.
So you can get St. Andrews and Pebble Beach in the
so
same
that year we'll go Augusta, Pebble, St. Andrews.
Wow.
As a 1-2-3 start.
Pretty good.
803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. Happy Thursday as we count down the days, get closer and closer. Nobody's stepped in it this week, right? Nobody's made any big mistakes. No sort of no bulletin board material. I don't think so.
I haven't seen any bulletin board material
in
any way, I don't think.
When we get back, I have I've picked up a trivia question from ProFootballTalk.com. I don't yet have all the answers. I want to try and figure it out together as best we can. It is a very tough Super Bowl trivia question that might be fun to kind of flesh out together. So we'll get that next.
Jeremy and Joe, live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR 550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Modern football in the NFL is quarterback driven. That is no secret. You can look at analytics. Right now, quarterback success is a higher predictor of winning and losing than turnover ratio, which it's been for 20 plus years. There's no doubt Caleb played a large component into my decision. He is a phenomenal talent that had, as many quarterbacks do, an up and down rookie year. Where I see my role is as a supporter of him. This offense will be calibrated with him in mind. This is not simply a dropping of a previous playbook down on the table and starting there. No, we're ripping this thing down to the studs, and we're going to build it up with him first and foremost, and then with the pieces around him next.
Ben Johnson, there's a phrase, winning the press conference. That dude, if I was a Bears fan, I'd ask for, can I buy a jersey? And you can't say it any better. You can't win a press conference anymore for me than what he just said. I will build it entirely around Caleb Williams. Yeah. But more importantly, Joe, he didn't say it doesn't matter, but he said something important there. He put something ahead of turnover ratio, and finally, a soul alive has done that.
Yeah.
Finally, someone in football said, yeah, I know, but something else matters more. Thank the heavens.
Yeah. I love that. And for me, that would work. Do you think that's working for Bear fans, though? Because
they haven't had, they wouldn't know a good offense if it walked in their door and shook their hand. So they're about to live. I think Ben Johnson lives the life of failed drives, not turnovers, not punts. How many failed drives do we have?
Right.
And I think he lives that life. And if they live that life, they're going to be just fine.
Well, because maybe actually a Bear fan would understand that. Because I think the counter to what he just said that I do not believe at all would be, did you just watch the playoffs last weekend? Where every team that won the turnover battle is now sitting in the conference championship. And also would look at the Bears and say, oh, the Bears actually +8 on the year in turnover differential. Didn't help them out much. But, right, like what I would want to believe in, and the reason why I'd be excited about Ben Johnson and what he just said, is the Bears are kind of the example, aren't they? They were +8 in turnover differential, but why were they bad this year? Why were they bad on offense? Because they took 1,000 sacks. Like you still had 1 million negative plays and punts. That who cares that you were +8?
Yep. And right, what are sacks? Sacks kill drives, and sacks lead to punts.
Right, and that's why he wasn't turning it over, because he was choosing to take sacks.
Right, and you could, oh wow, look at my differential. It's not to say, of course, that turnovers are meaningless. Torrey Taylor, Bears punter, second in the NFL in punting, in number of punts.
Yep.
Like you want to point to turnover differential all you want. Here are the teams, the top 10 teams that punted the most. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Browns,
bad.
Bears,
bad.
Broncos,
playoffs.
Rookie quarterback. Houston.
Well, their offense kind of stunk most of the year.
That's directly related to sacks, is it not? He got sacked 1 million times.
Sacks.
Seattle.
Didn't make the playoffs.
New Orleans.
Bad.
Carolina.
Bad.
Tennessee.
Really bad.
Chargers. That's a Harbaugh.
Yeah.
They love to punt.
And they made it because of defense.
Yep. Patriots.
Bad.
Mess of a quarterback and rookie quarterback. Like, you punt a lot, you don't win games.
Yeah.
You know?
At least your offense is bad. Like, the only teams that won games that you mentioned are the teams that were winning games like 16-13.
Right.
Because their defenses were great. Like Houston's division stunk too.
Right, full-time punters that punted the least: Detroit, Atlanta, Washington, Cincinnati, Philly, Buffalo, Rams, Baltimore. Anyway, you can find Josh Allen led the league in turnovers, and what happened? They were the 2 seed. Torrey Taylor led the league in punts. What'd you do? You won 5 games. Like, and the numbers of it are true too. Like, you lead the league with 17 interceptions. Oh my God, that's 17 times you failed to. How many punts does Torrey Taylor have in a year? 82.
Yeah.
82 failed drives because your offense can't pick up a first down versus 17 failed drives where you threw an interception. Like, again, I think what he says there, and what I always want to say, like, I'm not telling you turnovers are meaningless, but if you live at the whatever, if you sit at the big kids table of quarterbacks like Mahomes and Lamar and Allen and Burrow, then you have the means to get past turnovers. Oh, he threw an interception. Okay, that's fine. You mentioned today Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl turning the ball over 4 times in the game.
Yeah. And another one 3 times.
Right. If you have a great quarterback, those are going to happen. You can overcome it. Don't sweat it. It's about having the great quarterback. And if you're trying to manage the game, well, then you're toast because your guy's not going to be able to come back from it. So, anyway, you want this trivia question?
Yeah. What do we got?
I had Josh get the answers because Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, he and Chris Sims did this trivia question, and it's great. Okay. And I wanted to play along, so I said, Mike Florio didn't write out the answers. He said, watch this video for the answers. So, okay, fine. I sent it to Josh. Josh watched it. He has the answers.
Okay.
They are ready.
This is the trivia question you can all take to work, take to your Super Bowl party. All right? Write down the answers right now. Put them in your phone because this is such a good trivia question that I wanted to play it rather than give the answers. The question is, there are 7 NFL coaches in history that went on to coach a team that they won the Super Bowl with. You were a player and you won the Super Bowl and then later coached that team. 7 all time.
Okay. They were on the team, they won the Super Bowl, then they retired, and then they became the coach. So
yes, the coach of that team. Now, I got one out of the gates because as soon as I saw this, I thought, Mike Vrabel. Boom, that's one.
Okay,
correct.
He's probably why this is a trivia question. He's the newest one. He won the Super Bowl with the Patriots. Now he coaches the Patriots. So Mike Vrabel.
Ooh, this is not easy.
No, it's not. It's a fun one. It's it's really digging in it. It's thinking of all the teams that won the Super Bowl who became a head coach off of those rosters, but for that team.
I have another one. Doug Peterson.
Incorrect.
Really?
According to Florio.
Sorry. I mixed that up. He won the Super Bowl as a coach. He was on the Eagles and never won. Okay.
Oh, right. You have
so
to
I had that backwards.
Yep, you have to win it.
You have to win it as the player, not win it as the coach.
I have one. I have one that I think he won like as a backup.
Okay. I bet
Jason Garrett coached the Cowboys, and was he on the Super Bowl team with them at any point?
That is correct.
Okay. He's the backup quarterback on one of those
Aikman.
One of those teams?
Yeah. Jason Garrett.
Yeah, okay.
So 5 more.
There's 2 other recent ones that should be pretty easy for you guys, if you think about it.
Okay. Pretty easy.
One in the same vein of Vrabel.
Sure.
Like just hired? Or recently hired. There was a former player. Antonio Pierce won the Super Bowl with the Giants, but he's not the coach of the Giants. He's the coach of the Raiders. Was. Should we think? What's the best way to accomplish this? Should we think a Super Bowl
The best way
winners?
to accomplish this, it was yes.
Think a Super Bowl winners.
I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay, so is there going to be another? Well, no, it won't be another new. Oh, Gerard Mayo.
That's correct.
There you go.
Is there another New England guy?
Good one. Okay, we got.
Is there a
3? We have 3.
There's one more recent guy and 3 more very far back.
Okay, we're not going to get those ones.
Denver, Green Bay, no. Right.
The last recent guy was very short.
Okay.
And it was kind of like, whoa, what's going on?
I got it. Jeff Saturday.
Correct.
Okay, yes. Won it with Manning and the Colts and coached the Colts for half a season.
I can't believe he coached the Colts.
The rest are way far back.
Yeah, the rest, the two of the guys that are the farthest back, both started playing in 1956 and both ended their careers in 1971. The other guy started in 1968 and ended in 1982.
John Madden.
Incorrect.
Yeah, I don't think
he was a college player. Mike Ditka.
Incorrect. The one of them was a coach of the Packers in the 70s and the early 80s.
No, never. Ditka won the NFL championship. So I missed the years there.
Yeah. This is going to tap me out, but some of our Art Shell.
Correct.
Ooh,
thank you
Art
for
Shell. I remember Art Shell as the Raiders
Chris
coach.
from Losad texted that in. Art Shell.
He came back.
Raiders?
Yeah.
Raiders, yep.
Is he the only one to win a Super Bowl with the team and then coach that team twice? Didn't Art Shell coach the Raiders twice?
I remember him as the Raiders coach for 1 year in 06 or something. 07, around that. It was more than that?
Yeah. Art Shell coached the Raiders. I'm almost positive he coached the Raiders twice.
No, he did twice. I'm just saying that second stint was like 1 year.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, he coached the Raiders from 89 to 94 and then for one season in 2006.
Okay.
They brought
and
him
he
back.
played for them from 68 to 82.
The guy that coached the Packers also played his entire career on the Packers.
Mike Martz.
No.
Mike Martz.
I'm just naming Packer. Was even the Packers head coach, or was he like a coordinator? Was Mike Holmgren a player? No, right?
It's not him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to get this one.
Bart Starr.
Okay.
Bart Starr coached?
Mm-hmm. He coached from 1975 to 1983 with the Packers.
So is that all of them?
And then the last one is Forrest Gregg. He played
Wasn't gonna get it.
for the Packers as well, and also coached the Packers like right after Bart Starr.
There's no hint on earth you could have given me.
Hey, listen. One of the fun little features of our new YouTube stream, I mean, people are commenting live as the show's going on.
Oh, trivia.
These
Should have been
people are
looking at that.
They're just guessing trivia. And we can just get the answers from them, and if they're wrong, we say it's from the feed, and if it's right, we just say we got it.
Mr. Michael had him. I could have just looked. It seemed like the smartest guy in the room to everybody that isn't on
So,
the
Josh,
chat.
run through the 7 names again for people that want to take that trivia with them to the party.
So from most recent to furthest back, we have Mike Vrabel, Gerard Mayo, Jeff Saturday, Jason Garrett, Art Shell, Bart Starr, Forrest Gregg.
All right.
Those
7
are your
all
answers.
time. Pretty cool. We'll close out the show with Extendo Sports, then pass it out to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Maybe a new wrinkle to instant trivia going forward, Joe. We can do Beat the Chat, where we have to get the answers before everyone on the chat on YouTube gets it, because this live chat is just popping off.
Yeah, I like it.
Also, I'm already cringing at what we might see on this chat on a Monday after a Bills loss. Like, they can never lose again, because I feel like it might get ugly in there.
YouTube comments, there's nothing. There can be nothing uglier.
Listen, a lot of stuff happened.
Day,
yeah. In this chat box, a couple things came up today, a couple topics. Someone asking if they've ever eaten rooster wings. That appeared in the chat today.
Rooster wings.
Yeah. Fun question before we go to break. Matt Harmon has his reception perception ranking dynasty receivers. Where is the highest bill and who is it?
Khalil Shakir.
Correct.
He is 33rd.
36th.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad.
Who
are the four elite untouchables?
Malik Neighbors.
No.
In Dynasty,
Malik Neighbors is not top 4. He has 4.
That's insane to me.
He has 4 elite, complete elite tier Dynasty assets.
Jefferson.
Yes.
This is just receivers.
Yep.
Chase.
Yes.
Nakua.
No.
Really?
Lamb.
Okay.
And Nico Collins.
Okay, I can't believe he doesn't have Neighbors in there.
Yeah, well, the quarterback situation's in flux.
Get Up just had their picks for Bills. Chiefs, 4 of 5 picked the Bills.
Oh, uh-oh.
So,
I hate that.
Shield your eyes, Bills fans. And then
no one believes in this team.
Yeah,
Joe.
and then one other thing to mention before we go, you'll like this. The Utah Hockey Club looks like they're not going to be called the Yeti now because it has been denied by the U.S. Trademark Office, citing a, quote, likelihood of confusion with Yeti, the well-known manufacturer of insulated drinkware.
I said this on the show like the day of, and some guy came at me like I was an idiot.
And
I hope that guy's listening today.
Yeah, because the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office agrees with you.
All right.
100%.
Good. Perfect.
So now they're going to be the Utah Venom.
If that... Oh, my God.
That's one of the finalists.
If that was you that argued with me about the Yeti thing, you can write me an apology, and I'll apologize for being a jerk, too. The Venom. Get out of...
Or Blizzard. That's on here.
Oh, terrible. I mean, just everything's terrible. What did we decide they should have been?
This is not what they're picking from. Sticking with Utah Hockey Club, Utah Mammoth, Utah Blizzard, Utah Venom, Utah Outlaws.
Fine.
Outlaws?
I would take Outlaws.
Outlaws.
Fine.
All right.
Fine.
There it is.
Ugh, absolutely brutal. All right, we're back tomorrow for Football Friday. We'll do Mafia motivational speeches, and we'll do Remember Some Chiefs. And we'll talk to Chris Brown, we'll talk to Sal, and we'll get you ready for the AFC Championship game. Talk to you tomorrow.
WGR.